Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Doing all right. Yeah. My long dated puts are sad. Okay. How long dated are they? Have they ever bought into their CCs and dumped the next day? Yeah, there's been similar events. Although the amount of liquidity realized yesterday was kind of shocking. Also, if you look at CVVWAP, arbitrage on GME yesterday like fucking bottomed out. There was like no resolution of arbitrage until this morning's pre-market, and we're going to be opening up with pretty negative arbitrage this morning. So there's a chance we bounce here. I don't know how high that's going to carry us. It's not that negative, but a little chance that we open and move up a bit. Liquidity generation in the pre-market was about average, so I would say that they can nullify some of the effects of that arbitrage realization. Like I wouldn't play it, but it might be something that sets a trend for the day. Like the stream degens, if you could drop a like, especially in the early part of the day. It is helpful. Hey Gork, GM Upstart Greeks and DD were GMEs, by the way. Oh, really? Did I just post Jimmy twice? I'll fix that right now. Oh, there we go. Yeah, if you refresh it, it'll be correct now. There you go. Ding ding. So market opening just below 4048, but futures are moving up right now. So this is probably gonna bounce back pretty quickly. Um Unless futures match the sell-off. Eh, not really. This still looks pretty bullish. I think maybe a little early morning profit taking on shit they couldn't grab in the pre-market. Yeah, so GME undergoing a little bit of arbitrage resolution here. I wonder if I can watch that live. Should be able to. Oh my god, the lag. What the fuck? Oh, because I accidentally opened like 900 instances of it. Oopsie. Good morning, Gurk. Is there a cheaper equivalent to SPY SPX can be used for straddles and strangles for super poors like me? For straddles and strangles, if you're doing longer dated ones, yes, you can use things like SPXS or TQQQ or SPXL. Um, but you generally want to capture price movement on the intraday when you use those. Thoughts on Baba? It went up a little bit this morning. They've had some positive news. This might be a good time to pick up some puts. I like buying them at 108. Where the fuck did it go? Oh. Why does it keep reverting to that other list of stocks? Where is fucking Baba? There it is. Looks like it's already starting to sell off into the morning. Over exuberant a bit. Not a great put entry here with IV spiking. I don't know. I'd just be patient with entry on it. I picked up like I ended up getting like a couple puts last night for 100. Above 108, I'm pretty okay with buying 105 puts. Actually, I might be okay with buying 105 puts here. Kingston down last night again. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, actually. Apple's moving up. Interesting. NASDAQ and SPX performance is like very on par this morning, which is curious. Let's see what NASDAQ looks like here real quick. Thank you. Ew. All right. Um, it's gonna bounce here a bit. Jimmy pulling down. That's interesting. No arbitrage resolution? Hmm. For some reason, my GME chart's lagging out like crazy. It's only GME though. All my other charts are working fine. Curious. Upstart has ETF FTDs today of where is it? 1 second. Nope, that's GME. GME has 800,000 ETF FTDs today. Upstart has 1.15 million. Jimmy, oh no, sorry, Jimmy has 680,000. Jimmy's quite low. We're at 200,000 volume right now. I don't know, but I guess I'm gonna close it. Reopen it. The other instance of the chart works just fine. That's so fucking weird. All right. Arbitrage is not resolving on GME. Arbitrage is going down again. Five. Yeah, that's not bad. Apple's moving up pretty hard. It means there's unresolved arbitrage on GameStop, so you make money buying GameStop, selling it somewhere else. Let the record show my ability to count days in Excel is unrivaled. Congratulations, Carl. I got 2250C on Jimmy for Feb 24. That's down 37%. Should I bail and look to reposition if the price continues to drop? It doesn't seem like Jamie is going up from here. That's a pretty broad assumption. I agree to some extent. It does look like Jamie is going to trade fairly flat. However, it is still relatively illiquid. So, I mean, there could be an opportunity to get out of it, but there might not be. I guess it's probably the best way to put it. You don't have a lot of theta left. It's risky. You can see if we bounce today. If we fall below the trend, though, I wouldn't probably feel very confident in it. Delta neutral's rising up, which is generally not a good thing, as is gamma neutral. Is Tesla gonna break 200? Looks like it. It's pretty close. I think Gamma Max on Tesla is still pretty high. I don't think Tesla's gonna cross Gamma Max, but Gamma Max is still pretty high. It's up at like 230, so yeah, we can keep pulling up. Nasdaq looks like it's ready to have a decent day. A little bit more buyers on NQ than there have been for a couple weeks, so GME may trade flat, yes, but historically after big downs, we usually get a 3% bounce the next day on average. Yes, C-Mill made note of that the other day. 10% drops generally lead to a pullback. That's, I think, largely due to the unresolved arbitrage that I was talking about. The fact that arbitrage was not resolved at market open does indicate that there is potential for it to be resolved throughout the day. Why, you might ask? Because it's free money, and people like free money. I just scalped 20% on the SPX bounce. Stock God witness me, for I have surpassed you. I'm up 10% on my Baba puts that I bought already. So get fucked, Carl. Yeah, SPX not over. I agree. I'm talking about arbitrage. What do you mean by all it somewhere else? Excuse you? NVIDIA put entry? Stop asking me that question, Sisyphus. Are you gonna pick up any SPX 0 DTEs? Maybe. Buy them here. Oh. No. Objection. Right? This is either rejection or an amazing entry. You know what? It's probably the latter. Upstart's having an interesting morning. GME not very sensitive to the rising market right now. There is GameStop. It's the 5-minute. Arbitrage is curling up a little bit. Still dumping liquidity though. Volume's fairly high. Yeah. uh, I swear I'm here for 2 to 3 hours a day max. And the same people asking the same questions every time. We get a lot of that. Made tons of money on rig before, but will it ever stop rising? I want to buy puts. Probably. Although commodities have been getting a little spicier over the last couple of days, and oil's been doing well. You mentioned I was missing the point when asking about positioning early. Okay, so if you have a price target, that's generally the price that you expect the underlying stock to reach, right? If you're buying options at the price target, those options aren't going to go in the money, which means their theta decay is going to be accelerated. Ideally, you want options that are going to go in the money in the early part of your thesis and then stay in the money as you await your price target. That way, your theta decay is offset. Thesis, target, lol. All right, fair enough. That concept took me too long to comprehend. That seems like the easiest one to me. Yep, Tesla's still moving up. Apple fucking me right now, though. Are you being a little bitch, Apple? NQ's not really selling off here. I'm just not worried about it, I guess. Too many people taking profits? That is a very large sell-off on a test of 155. Curious. Just ES futures selling off. Oh, there we go. Okay, so they should stabilize about here. Picks up to 1880. Profit taking this early? I think just double bottom maybe. Ooh, I have data. SPX, very little support under 4150. Um, but lots of call side interest above it. There's a little call side interest below. Maybe we're seeing some capitulation out of the 4135 and 4040 strike. Zero DTEs, just 4200 and 4100 right now. You think Baba finally breaks at 103 to the downside this time? I don't know. Maybe. It's kind of plunging down. Doesn't look great. Pretty good size sell off on it. Okay, so moving towards a little repositioning. Might be finding a higher low here on SPX than this morning. Yeah, a little bit higher low. Gap to the upside. Seems okay. GME getting fucking hammered on that. Ooh, I don't like that. Hold on. Oh, arbitrage still unresolved. Getting worse. Is liquidity going up again? No. No, this is shorting. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, they're shorting pretty hard on the downticks, I think. They got more liquidity this morning. You know what's interesting is yesterday they didn't really get a lot of liquidity in the pre-market. But someone sold 2 million shares, so that helped them out a lot. I don't know if it was the market maker de-risking or what it was. Oh, sweetheart. SSR is irrelevant. It keeps them from shorting downticks. But it doesn't prevent the sale of stock. We saw JP Morgan buy 2 mil. Could have been them that dumped? Possibly. Fine. Creating and selling shares on downticks. Is that better for you? Choo Choo Cthulhu? Yeah, they're tapping ETFs for liquidity and selling shares of GameStop. Fake ones, but selling them all the same. That's why SSR doesn't really matter. It also doesn't affect the DMM or the market maker. So they can also just buy puts. So they can buy puts, they can create shares and sell them. The DMM can create liquidity. So all three of those participants can ignore SSR. Tesla fighting for its life at the 200 mark. Eh, it's doing. It seems like it's doing fine to me. It barely pulled back on the market, like with the market, so seems okay. God damn it, Carl. SLD starts on Wednesday. Don't start with this shit this month. I don't want to deal with it. Hey, dude, ask now with more sincerity than ever before. Is Jimmy dead? No? It depends on what your expectations are. Do you want 100% upside moves? They're probably going to be very rare and less often than they were in the past, but they can still happen. Do you want a stock that's really volatile and super valuable to sell options on? It's still that. Do they have potential for a move towards positive EPS and free cash flow this year? Yes. So not a terrible long-term investment, although the current price would be a little high for that. From its low to its peak this month, GME went up 61%. This last month, GME went up 61%. So, or year to date. So it can still move. I almost preferred this to an OPEX in a way. I got to reposition like 4 times. It was nice. What's your price target on HBM? I don't know. It can go up quite a lot if the price of copper goes up. Quite a lot. Their values are kind of leveraged on the price of copper. So I think it's a really good opportunity to target the copper sector for not a lot of capital. Unfortunately, no, it's not very good for selling contracts on or anything like that. It's just a buy and hold kind of deal. Jerk, I need help winning an argument. Oh no. Hmm. One fighting back a little bit. Stop loss hunting? Another fucking rejection. Bear trap? This looks like a bear trap. Fuck you, bears. Go away. Hmm. That's on ENPH. Really good earnings, forward guidance, sold off hard, shorted it open. I don't really like Enphase. I don't like any of the like green energy companies right now. I expect them to all have kind of shitty forward guidance. There's no way they can continue to trade at the like PE ratios they're currently trading at. It's trading at 80x. Fuck that. When doing stock fundamental research, what is the number one most important thing you look for first? Why would I tell you that? I don't really have a number one most important thing. I look at a bunch of things. Why would you choose an entry for Jimmy Leaps to capture potential OPEXs? I would look for a lower IV. Hey, Gerg, I need help winning an argument. My wife wants to fence the whole property, but I want a pool. Help me convince her. Tell her that the neighbors will be able to watch you guys in the pool if she doesn't put a fence up. Would you say this bullish in the market is going to continue until next week before SLD? It could. There's not a significant amount of data. There are some Fed speakers today, and depending, like, hopefully they continue to push the narrative J Powell pushed yesterday. I think that would be ideal. Um, they may not, but that'll help. I know one of them's speaking in a minute here. I forget who it is. Williams, maybe? Williams and Barr. I know Waller speaks tonight, or well, later today. I'm not sure if it's during market hours. It might be. Might be this, like, afternoon. I think I posted it in the daily. TQQQ entry? Uh, I guess. It doesn't seem terrible. Depending on where you live, you might need a fence around the pool. Ooh. Fence the yard and get a hot tub? You're working on a school of stocks videos? Are there any updates that you'd like to share with us? I'm not. I mean, I've written up a couple, but I have not filmed them. SPX will push up today strongly if it surpasses 4150. I don't know. I think that will depend on futures. I think positioning to the upside of 4150 is very strong, but we really want to see futures break like 4165. It's been a resistance for some time. We may see that with the Fed speeches today, though. Ooh, Jimmy doing a thing. Or some bear spray when you need it, am I right? This is why I avoid the Midwest, to be honest. I went to set a limit sell on a put, but I wasn't happy with yesterday during the craziness. Bought a second put by mistake and made 6K. All calls now go now, so SPX might fall below the gamma flip. Awesome. Thanks for fucking us, Lawrence. We appreciate it. Clear above ground pool, no fence, just eye contact. Ooh. Anyway, back to the good stuff. Anyone ever sleep with a one-legged woman? I just got back from the Bahamas and missed out on the run to 24. Now that I'm extra poor, I need to make back some money. Give me hopium. You can afford to go to the Bahamas, but you're poor? You, sir, have fucked up priorities. I finally reached a place where I have both bullish and bearish positions on pretty much everything I own. The market moves and I feel nothing. I just see opportunities. Am I dead? No. Sounds like you're doing something right. Assume I'm looking for a new trade. What are sites like Yahoo Finance valuable at all? If not, which news finance sites would you recommend? I mean, you can read your news from everywhere. You just need to assume that the news that you're being told is not only old, but probably irrelevant to the market in its current state. Um, it's also going to be biased extremely, and so you need to try to sift through that. It's a skill that you'll build with time after getting bullshitted enough. But I mean, any news source is valuable. It's just depends on your interpretation of the news. YouTube called. They're asking for another poll. They've suggested are puts cost same like shares? Yes, no, or maybe. I think we've answered that question far too many times on here. And while it used to be funny, it's ceased to be. CVS crushed earnings, but so much downward pressure right now. They probably lowered guidance. Did you listen to their earnings call? I got hit with a pattern day trading restriction. It makes me sad and reminds me that I'm poor. That's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. He got to the Bahamas via Groupon. I don't care how he got there. Let me make this real clear for people who don't understand how trading works. If you're a trader, and that's what you're doing, there are no vacations. There is no time off. If there was, everyone would do it. It'd be the best job in the world. I know you're not a trader. You're just a degenerate gambler, popcorn trader. What SPX formation is this? Technically a descending wedge. Really, it's just consolidation waiting for the Fed speech at 10:15. What if you get Chat GPT to manage your positions? It would probably lose you money. I'm an engineer and I lose money at trading as a hobby. Okay. At this point, I can't even imagine not looking at the market at least once, let alone take a vacation. Pandora's box has been opened. The idea of like walking away from open positions to me is, I mean, it keeps me from leaving the house pretty often. SPX upgraded from 4110 chop to 4150 chop. It's just waiting on there's Fed speeches coming up over like the next hour. I think there's two of them. Yeah, Barr's speaking right now. He started speaking at 10. And then Waller speaks at 1:45. We have some jobs data in the morning. That's about it. Futures consolidating, but looking pretty good for an attempt to push up. Actually, like ES looks a little bit better than SPX this morning, actually. But that's good for SPX. Carvana halted up. Cool. Just signing in, what are your expectations for the SPY today? I think it's going to be pretty bullish. Um, may take a little time to play out. There's still some repositioning that needs done after tomorrow. There's definitely a little bit of profit taking this morning. I don't know how much more momentum the early part of the day's trading session has in it, but it looks okay. To trade futures, do I need both level 1 and 2 data? Probably. It's nice to have. Do you think Jimmy could go higher or downtrend likely to continue? Even about to sell even more CCs. It looks, I mean, it looks okay right now. Arbitrage is starting to resolve slowly. We're still not back at like even. Man, we really don't want to see futures reject here. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Breaking up a little bit. Come on. You can do it. Fucking assholes. Okay, there's some bulls there. The shorts are getting chewed up a little bit. Maybe this is it? Ooh, nice. Fubo's looking good. Cool. So you notice this morning when we bottomed out, I bought $21 weeklies at the money to hedge my sold calls that are at 24.50. Well, some of them are at 25, but I just bought only 21s. You see that? I know. Crime. Now I'm up on both. Interesting. Yeah, right? I don't understand anything you just said. It's okay, JC. Would you mind offering your insights on SoFi? It's looking a little bit better into the end of this year. I think as the credit markets stabilize, it'll benefit very much in the same way that Upstart will. But I don't like SoFi, and I would rather buy actual banks. Regardless of their guidance, I think they don't run a very good company. So the leadership, not my favorite. What's the outlook on Dole for the next 5 years? If I buy it now at 11, do you think it will be at 15 a few years down the road? I wrote about Dole. I did a whole write up on Dole. Go look at it. Go read it. I think it tells you exactly that. I am not buying it at 11 right now. I'll tell you that much. The smug lessons are priceless. It's a good one. It's a good lesson to learn. No, arbitrage is not resolved. That doesn't mean it will be either, but currently it's unresolved. And they are running pretty rapidly out of liquidity. It seems like arbitrators want to resolve the price, and the price is being suppressed with the pre-market liquidity that they have obtained. But when they run out of liquidity in a little bit here, probably like another hour, um, the arbitrage is still going to be there. You sit on a throne of lies, walking. I own those 2450s, so it's crime to me, Gorg, but an honor to hold the bags that you made the market for. uh, you shill doing crime things on stream. It's not possible to make money both ways. And yet, I am both long and short on GameStop right now, and profitable on both. You can see them right there. Why did you decide to hedge the GMECC at that point? Given the ETF FTDs are over, they're not over, they're less, which is different. They are less than they were, but they still have 3 more days. ETF FTDs occur over a 6-day period. And yes, while we do not have the amount of FTDs that we had yesterday, we do have like 600,000 today, and arbitrage, and the fact that GME is still pretty illiquid, and I expect the market to rise. So all three of those combined, I added a hedge. I also perfectly timed the entry into that hedge, but that's because I'm awesome. Fubo. Fubo's at $2.73. I don't particularly want to talk about it right now. Although, yeah. Okay, 1860 on the VIX. So VIX still down. I don't know if we're gonna get a sell-off here or not. And the battle for fucking 4165 on ES is real. SVX gonna keep pushing or selling off. I mean, I think we've seen most of the sell-off from the shorter term positions this morning. Um, I think the trend is bullish, but we're not losing too much volume just yet. We will start to lose volume. So, inability to break the gap into the middle of the day could be bad. Uh, Although I don't think there's that much downside potential either. Ooh, a little better than the previous test. Yeah, the bulls are still there. Apple's shockingly volatile today. Hmm. How's the road to 4,200 looking? Resistance at 4,180. There's a few resistances to the upside. The 4,180 is definitely not the only one. Hold on. Uh, give me a few more minutes. I don't have a update on that yet, or at least not a more reliable one. Are they risking off Carvana? Mm, May this might be like a little bit of like T+2 kind of drag. T5? Is this T5? This is T5 from the peak. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, this is T5. So this might be some, like ETF redemption from the bigger run up when it tested 20. Looks like they shorted pretty hard here. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not super bullish on it. I'm not really sure if the like OI has improved very much. It looks like it's mostly sold off. I'd be surprised if this moves above like 1721. Maybe on a rising market. Carvana's liquidity's not great today. They burned up a lot of it, so. But I don't know where Gamma Max is. I don't know if Carvana crossed it or not because I don't have the data for it. But if you get good Wi-Fi under the parasol at the beach, ugh, imagine trading on Wi-Fi. U.S. 10-year Treasury yields rise to 3.69%, 3.9692, highest since Jan 6th. Okay, interesting. No, I don't think GME arbitrage is resolved yet. A little closer, but not resolved. I think for it to resolve, we almost need to move back to like 23. What's your favorite day of the week? Monday, because the market opens back up. Can you explain risk off? A risk off is generally when like a sector shift or um, when you know market participants shed riskier positions and move into more stable and secure positions or more defensive positions. I made 22% off of spy calls. Praise be to the lady. VWAP, check DMs, take profits. I love you, my husband forever. Riku. Holy shit, you made money on the market? I didn't even know you traded stocks. I thought you were all about not trading stocks. Congratulations, Darth. Do you think Upstart will test 19 anytime soon? It's kind of close. I guess if the market breaks down here, it could. We do not want to see the market break down here. That would be no bueno. I wish I knew what fucking dickhead Williams is. Williams being pretty hawkish. Prick. I hate him. Fucking blubbery, jowly fuck. Um, any reasons for the SPX to dump today or no news is usually good news. Uh, I mean, Williams being super hawkish probably isn't a good look. That's a double bottom. Gross. It's gonna be a long day. Hmm. That's kind of interesting. 30/40s are out. 4150 and up, all calls. 4150 and down, all puts. 0DT interest is picking up a little bit. Looks like put and call interest is very divided. I think the 4135 and 4140 levels are slightly positive. But if we fall below 4135, we are probably going to move down to 4100. Not like. Hmm. 132. That is extremely bearish, right? Fucking Fed. Bars. Oh, Bar's the one speaking right now. Crude oil changes. Is this just on the back of, like, oil pricing? How hard did oil drop there? Oil took a hit there, too. Did VIX go up on the drop at all? Not really. I don't think that was profit taking. At least it doesn't look like it. Hmm. It's falling a bit out of the range that I want to hold that in. I wonder if this move is healthy or not. Bounce at 4,100. Well, if we bounce higher, that's probably a good thing. There's a gap down here at like 41.15. Gamma's just really flat from like 40.35 down to like 41.10. I wouldn't say it's like put heavy. It's just kind of flat. Ooh. People are getting yeah. I really don't think 40.35 looks like kind of a floor. 41.25 has some put interest. 4,100 has a lot, but I think we're too far away from it for it to matter. So it'll depend on how much of the 41.50 calls have sold off. And I would say 41.50 still looks pretty strong. So let's see if we hold 41.35. We're pretty close to it. We could. For the purposes of learning, did you get stopped out of your GME hedge? No. My stop on it's at like break even. How do you position for a potential Feb OPEX? Well, I would wait until next week. And then I would probably buy, oh, I don't know, some out of the money calls with like 45 DT. There's some other things that I'd want to see before I positioned for Feb OPEX. This is Wednesday. Maybe I'm getting a little too bullish on a turnaround there. I should not expect one. What's VIX doing? Oh, okay. So now we're getting some longs coming in. VIX going up on rising prices here, so it looks like we've got some repositioning going on. Let's see if it continues the bounce. Futures just broke 4150 pretty hard, so that's a good sign. I don't know how hard that's going to be realized on SPX, but it's a good sign. Doesn't look like a lot. Still more repositioning. Future's gonna rally from here. Nice momentum on the bounce. Does not seem to be realized on the index as much, but it's definitely there. Hmm. NASDAQ bouncing a little bit too. Ooh. Time to go long Baba? No, I don't think so. The timing on that drop was better than the walk-in calls you bought yesterday. When SPX falls on VWAP lower band like this, do you expect to continue falling or pop back up? I mean, you kind of have to see what happens. Did SPX fall to its lower band just now? For intraday, yeah, sure. I guess so. I don't have VWAP up on SPX. There's no volume, so it's technically kind of useless. It's just a moving average at that point. There were huge buyers at 41.45 and 41.49. Yeah, there were. Volatility is still so high on Upstart. It is quite high. It'll probably take some time for it to come down as well. Do you think the Baba news is big enough to reconsider the short trade? Which Baba news? The fucking they're working on an AI thing? The pictures group news? A good question. I don't know. I think the market reacted to it a little bit there, but not a ton. No, probably not. I want SPX, Apple, and Upstart to go up, but Dixie won't stop going up, and I hate it. Make it stop, please. I mean, SPX can still go up if Dixie's going up. And Dixie's not up a ton today. It looks like Euro's gonna move positive on the day. That'll probably help it out. It keeps coming very close. I think the long momentum's in a good spot after this consolidation here. We definitely don't want to see futures slip back below 4150 or like lose that support, but if it acts as support, it's in a good spot. GME arbitrage still unresolved. Liquidity's pretty low. Almost out. Getting there. Yes, looks like it did find support at 41.48. Now I think we want to see VIX fall on rising prices. Well, I'm not sure that the repositioning is wound down entirely yet, but I just want Baba to collapse to 101 so I can happily exit. I see. Just saying 4150C 0 DTE has life. Ah, I was talking about futures, not SPX. Sure, we could retest the gap again. I don't think 4150s are terrible. Interesting how hard it is for everything to kind of get any momentum today, though. I generally am not a big fan of that. My limits got skipped on the drop, and my profitable 41.45 are now pretty red. And them how are them futures and OI looking? Holding 41.35 here on SPX is pretty important. Slipping would be bad. Futures look fairly stable. But it could honestly move either way. VIX is climbing quite a bit right now. Almost back at 19. Yeah, I'm not scared off here, but dropped more than expected on pretty low volume there. So yeah, looking for a bounce. We're looking for a bounce right here. Good time to enter Tesla puts. If you give yourself some time, it's probably not bad. What day are you saying we might get some volume on GME? T5 from which day? I think T5 from last Thursday, right? T5 from the 2nd, which would be tomorrow. It'll be really interesting if we don't resolve any of the arbitrage today. Then there really might be some volume tomorrow. Do something smug for your Google's pickles pick. What? You know what I need to do is I need to add Google to the fucking list over here. I don't know why I didn't have it on there. Very odd. Yeah, Google back below 100 now. What day you say we may get volume on GME? Okay, GME finna Squizinart? Maybe not Squizinart, but maybe another retest of like 23 is possible. I don't think that's out of the question. So we did find some support there. That's kind of good. We found support where we wanted to find it. I think there's still a lot of consolidation that needs to be done here, though. And that may mean slipping the support, but finding a higher low. Well, I don't think this one is sufficient. VIX. Yeah, VIX isn't really coming down a lot here. Little bit. Ah. Yeah, I still don't love this. Nasdaq's doing a little better now. Russell's still getting fucking hammered. Dow's outperforming, which is interesting. Google published an online advertisement in which its much anticipated AI chatbot, Bard, delivered an inaccurate answer. Man, ChatGPT delivers inaccurate answers all the time. The VIX data I see on WeBull is 15 minutes behind, right? Yeah. Worth it to pay to have it live? Depends what you trade. Sure. Don't pay for data unless you're going to use it. And most shit is not worth paying for. Like paying for market data and real-time data, that kind of stuff's fine. Just don't get tricked into paying for like bullshit like Tradedics and Market Chameleon because they offer nothing. Yeah, I think Fidelity Active Trader has. I think also TDA has live VIX data. Okay, so there's the pullback, but still a higher low. Let's see if it finds support here. Still want to hold 41.35, right? I don't like it finding support that low. Is that a lower low? No. VIX moving up on the drop. Gross. breakdown. Should I just straddle this? Things are getting kind of nutty, Dork. This is either a great entry or a terrible one. I know. I think it's a good one. Like, if it turns around here, the momentum's nuts, because the sell side's really weak. Hmm. Yeah, still not a lot of call volume at 4140, though. I guess we'll know more in a minute. Any Pickles picks still in play? I see April already had a drop to 150, then a run to 155. Would you still enter for 210s, assuming dead? I don't think it probably has a chance of retesting 155 again. I've been in and out of the position a couple times now. It's not bad. It's kind of hard for it to break 155 though, so be cautious of tests in that range. They've had a tendency to fail. All right, upstart. It looks like they may be running low on liquidity to pressure upstart. Still need the market to rally though. They're pretty low on liquidity on GME too. I travel a lot for work and I'm on my phone most of the time. Okay. I have an active trader pro, but it doesn't help me on mobile. Can you suggest the best real-time data platform for mobile? Oh shit. I mean, mobile real-time data is always going to be a little worse. I don't know how TDA's mobile app is, but maybe TDA. For a brokerage, for just data, probably TradingView. Yeah, Thinkorswim. TDA is good on mobile. Okay. Did you dump your Apple calls? No, I bought some more. Hmm. This consolidation is bullish. Yes. A little bit. It's still kind of uncertain. A bounce here, yes. I want to see futures move away from 4150 and get some traction. They're still fighting for it at this price. Webull's good as fuck. Yeah, but it doesn't have live data for VIX, which is where the discussion began. Actually, I think Webull does have live data for VIX now. You just have to turn it on. Go to your data packages. There should be a free option for Webull for live data. What signals would you look for to identify the market starting a longer downtrend? I have some protected puts to hedge my port, but I'm looking to enter more to play the downside soon. Lots of theta. Probably at some point before SLD. Um, we're gonna need bad economic data to turn around the current momentum. So far we haven't gotten any of that. PMI and CPI are next, or PPI and CPI are next week. Oh, that failed. That bad? I don't know if that's bad. More chop. Ripple bottom. Oh, still a lot of buyers there. That's extremely frustrating. Huh. That's kind of a big oof. Push. Just a big stop loss hunt. VIX over 19 now. There's an awful lot of volatility for today for nothing going on. Pablo kind of doing a thing. I got stopped out. Oh, okay. I don't think you're banned, Podangles. Although something you're saying may be getting censored by YouTube. This is very interesting. This is here. 40.25. Hmm. All right. Google, yeah, I know Google's under 100. I think it goes with what you were saying yesterday that bulls are skittish. The bullish positioning actually doesn't look all that skittish. Like maybe on the zero DTs, but the longer dated positioning's pretty strong. I would say that the in the money positioning's kind of like the shorter dated in the money positioning's a little more skittish. Like they're more afraid of losing out on profits. So they're really only emboldened by larger moves to the upside. Like these small upside moves tend to lead to them selling off and repositioning again, which we've seen a lot of repositioning since the first drop to 41.42, except I don't know where the repositioning is occurring yet because I don't have an update. What happened to Google today? Sheesh. I think they whiffed it on their AI thing demo. For Baba puts, you're not rushing to take profit, even though they're rising now, right? Still aim for the longer time frame PT of 95. I mean, I am, yeah. I have plenty of theta on uh all of my Baba puts, so I'm not super concerned with a small bounce on the intraday. Any chance we bounce this afternoon? Some. Oil's starting to climb back a little bit. Um, Dixie's dropping a little right now, which is probably means that the euro. No, the euro's still a little underwater for the day. Not much, but a little bit. I wonder if there's any European shit coming out today. Um, Euro. Nothing important. Nope. VIX at 1910. I know. Well, the QQQ is getting hit, and bulls are bulls, and Dow is Dow's doing okay today. It's getting hit too. I would say maybe, although none of the positioning looks like they are. We're still way above yesterday's lows, so although I don't love the current trend. Maybe we're turning around here on the 5-minute. Is that a sufficient pullback? Not really. I definitely think we don't want to see futures retest 41.32 today. A lot of repeat. Guess just be patient here. I don't know. Volume's not really going down. And VIX is picking up, which makes me want to lean bearish, but I don't know where the actually I might have a little more data now. Do you have an update? Okay, that's a little better. All right, so now we've got some 4140 interest on SPX. It's still outweighed by the... Okay, so actually, this looks a little better. If we can bounce over 4135, I think the in-the-money puts might capitulate. If we don't, there's not a lot of ground for us to lose on the downside here. 4125. What the hell on Fuberto? What happened? Oh shit. Got slammed again. This happened yesterday too. Like right before the market rally. I mean, they're still just shorting downticks on Upstart, with what liquidity they have, which is, they still have a little bit. They're not out of it yet. Upstart could tap 19. How's this looking on the 4-hour? They got a lot of liquidity on Upstart this morning. It's not looking great on the 4-hour. Yes, support is around 1912 to like 1925. Slipping 1950 is not great. But this push makes me think we're gonna see put profit taking. Or they're just trying to walk down the price. It's really too hard to tell with the volume this low right now. Slipped alright, so we're gonna fall to like 40.25 here. Maybe. Got the range for that. Yeah. Fucking consolidation is super intense right now. VIX at 1920. Top of the bear rally complete? I don't think so. I think there's a bunch of like short-term put positioning, and bulls are coming in kind of hard. VIX is moving up a lot, given how little we've dropped in price. So there's a lot of options interest picking up right now, and it looks to be kind of skewed bullish. Like all the put positionings at like 41.25, and then calls are coming in out of the money nearer and nearer the money. And 40-35 calls are holding. So that's interesting. And that's a big position. Or 41-35. Oh, just it's gonna bounce there. That's kind of good, actually, if it does. I wonder if we could get out of the money capitulation here to drive. Because if 41.25 gives up, that's a shitload of puts. That's a better bottom. Just wait and see. Hmm. Fubo's recovering a little bit. Apple getting fucking slammed again. How long on the SQQQ do you wait to decide close out or reposition? The SQQ side of it is dated for like March 17th. So it's got a lot of time. Fubo was Jan 24, 250/4 bear call spread. Interesting. The buyback tax is 1%. Oh shit. Did the 41.25s give up here? That'd be awesome. Buyback tax motivation for Upstart to finish their buyback. It's not a very big tax. It's a 1% tax. It could have incentivized them to do more of the buyback before the end of the year, though. Okay, if this keeps moving, we're gonna get a bunch of short capitulation, I think. Fix isn't dropping yet, though. Hmm. As long as longs don't take profits too soon. No, Carl, not 4200s. God damn you. Some instead of a buyback, they might be better off using that money to expand. Yeah, Upstart. I mean, Upstart's got a really low cost, like overhead, right? So I don't think they really benefit from investing too much into growth, especially right now with the credit markets locked up. The buyback's better. And I rarely will argue in favor of a buyback, but I think right now with the credit markets still fairly illiquid, the buyback is the better move than investing into growth. And they are investing into, well, they're expanding their offerings. How do you expand right after layoffs? They're targeting more markets for their loan offerings, auto and business loans. Oh man, fucking short side does not want to give any ground here, but the bulls are coming at him. I hate this shit. I hate the disagreement. Go to 4170C for $1.20. That's pretty cheap for that contract. If we go up. Do you see this shit, dork? That's on Affirm earnings today. Is it going to drag Upstart up or down? I don't think Affirm's earnings are going to be very good. It'll probably drag Upstart down. They're very different companies. People would compare them way too much. I also hate it when mom and dad fight. Drake said he was leaving? Oh, okay. Cool. Hmm. Futures at 4135. That's exactly where I did not want to see them. VIX at 1950. Which way is this going to move? Who has more theta? Right now the bulls. But that's losing them leverage in the on the intraday, right? Fell through that one. Where's support? This kind of feels like they're just chasing down that gap. VIX just started to drop off though. When you hedge so hard and making money both ways, what do you think of to avoid making white? Baseball, earnings, Bullard? I don't really ever think of it. I don't know. Stocking doesn't make me do whites. Unless it's like really big money. All that work and they're gonna miss the gap? There's no way they don't push for it here, right? Thigh-high stockings do it for me. Good to know, Fluffy. It's a reposition or the collar roll? It could be the collar roll. It's definitely a reposition. The side that's being more heavily repositioned, still kind of hard to determine. Right now, lots of short-dated puts, lots of long-dated calls coming in, so... It looks very good for, like, end of week into next week right now, but it looks really shitty for today. Unless something forces capitulation, which we're not going to see unless VIX starts to drop. And VIX is quite high today. It's moved up like 70 cents. 90 cents from where it opened. The last 45 color rolls haven't been the color roll. Yeah, I know. It can also be other colors. There are other ones that aren't as big but are still quite large. Why is that backwards for logic? Shouldn't it be longer dated puts, shorter dated calls? For what? If we're gonna go down? By shorter dated calls, I mean, or puts, I mean 0 DTEs. Most of the near the money or slightly in the money puts right now expire today. How many color rules are in this color rule? It's really hard to miss the color ruling. If everyone would stop trying to predict it, you just see an order for fucking 120,000 SPX contracts come in, and then, you know, the collar's been rolled, right? Hmm. Yep. Still missed the fucking gap there. Interesting. This is almost as much volatility as we got during Powell's speech yesterday, except nothing's happening today. All right, one more push down. Let's see if they get it. What happened on Google today? Do you know? They announced like an AI last night, and then their like demo of it was not a success. Yeah, I was thinking of short dated as 310 DT, but you mean 0 1. Yeah. Back to yesterday's I mean 0, not 1. 0. Coal getting smoked. Interesting. Do you just mean BTU is down? Or is spot on coal actually down? Whole spot price is down a little bit yesterday, but not that much. Still haven't filled it. I could have sworn someone asked me how my puts were doing the other day. Weird. Yeah, it's weird that they are 4,100 where you said they were and are not currently in the money. We're averaging down by 40/50s here, or wait for confirmation that we bounce. 41/50s? I'd probably wait for confirmation. They're super cheap right now, so you have a little room to confirm a bounce. Explain puts. Fuck off. 41.52 DT? I don't know. Don't ask me. Get whatever you want. How's Upstart's liquidity looking like? Can it finally go up with the market if it goes up? Should be close to tapped out for the day. Let's see. They got a lot this morning. Yeah, there's still a little bit left. Probably more sensitive to the market now, though. I don't expect the SPX to melt up. I expect it to move up, and probably not that fast. It could take like 2-3 days to hit 4,200. I think the melting up part isn't really on the table that much anymore. I need answers, but when I Google RRP, I get a network connectivity error, and I don't know what that means. The market's not really annoying me. It's not dropping hard enough for my puts to print in any meaningful way. And the intraday price action is... yeah, alright, that's kind of annoying. It's like all this effort to get the price down, but the positioning is terrible to capture it, so... I don't know what the end goal is here. All they're doing is making calls cheaper. Or maybe that is the point. I'm going back to trade trades. See you later. Good luck. I think GME is still chopped down for the next few days. GME is kind of just flat today, right? We're down like 1.8%. We can climb back later. I wouldn't be surprised if we end the day mostly flat. What's wrong with this place? Go back, go back. Good luck. I'm sure you'll kill it on fucking AMC. I miss trading SPX with the pickles. Also, maybe push down call price for more longs to come in with theta. And that would appear to be what's happening here. Going back to trade trades made me LOL. Oof, my BTU calls. I should have waited to add. Oh well. Aren't they for April? Why do you care? It's down $2. Isn't it? Isn't it at the price that you added them at? We finally clear the gap? I don't think so. Almost. We're thinking upward movement after the gap fill. We'll see. Fix at 20. I don't like that. Well, I don't dislike it. VIX at 20 is bearish. We may see call put capitulation at the gap fill. Today's a fun day. Did it actually fucking fill? No. Volatility is getting super fucking crazy here. We filled a little bit of it. Fed speakers fuck us. They were a little bearish, but it didn't really change any of the positioning, so I don't think so. Like, I know Williams was hawkish. I really don't know what Barr said. BTU synthetic long looking good at these prices, or is there more downside? I don't know. BTU is pretty close to resistance at like 25.97, so I guess there could be a little bit more downside. You might be able to enter like $26 or $28 synthetic longs on a drop below 26. It just may not drop below 26. After gap fill, head down towards the next one, since that's today's theme. We don't know until after it's filled, right? What's the deal with Fubo's price action? I don't know. It keeps getting hammered in the middle of the day with like big sell-offs. Yesterday there was like a pretty big put position that was entered. Today there was a pretty big bear call spread position that was entered. I don't think either of those accounted for all the volume that we saw in those drops, but some of it. Would a Volmageddon have an effect on the Forex market? It could, yeah. My wife is 8 years younger than me and is hot as fuck. I just wanted to share. Thanks, Steve G. I'm really happy for you, man. It's filled. Is that all of it? Yeah, all of it's filled. What's a WASDE report? Oh, it's World Agricultural something supply and demand estimates. Now we rocket. I don't know about rocket. We can move up. It's like VIX is dropping a little bit. If we see VIX back below 20, that's probably a good sign. It's not there yet. My husband is 8 years older than me and ugly as fuck, but I can bang whoever I want without them figuring out because they feel lucky. I just wanted to share. Do you think Fubo is getting beat down like Bobby did, but without the retail RC worship, obviously? Kind of makes it look like someone's beating it down to make a buyout offer. That's a possibility. Although I think a buyout offer would still, come in at like enterprise value, right? So, there wouldn't maybe a hostile takeover, but a buyout probably not going to short it to buy it out. That report is done every 5 years. I don't know. Ooh, maybe my wheat fucking calls will print. That'd be cool. Hmm. I thought it came out like every month or something. Monthly? Yeah. The fuck use would it be every 5 years? I'm a private jet pilot for a billionaire family, and I'm flying them to Cabo this weekend, where I'll stay in an all-inclusive resort. No questions. I just wanted to share. Does Baba have some negative beta? Uh, it doesn't. It doesn't really. It has exposure to U.S. indexes, but it's minimal. Did we exactly fill that gap? Yeah, it's like to the penny, I think. We see more downside for Upstart. I'm looking for a good entry on shares, and I want to be patient. I think you can get it cheaper. Yeah, if you want to be patient. Someone on our Theta Gang sold 50 Bobby 50-cent CSPs for 38 cents of premium. That doesn't seem like a very good deal. That sounds like they're gonna buy shares for. Yeah, that's not bad. They're still gonna end up getting assigned though. I suppose they could buy them back. For what date? June? You can sell $1 CSPs and get 73 cents. That is a 73% yield. I wonder if Gen 24s are better. Yeah, not much. aren't terrible. Over 3 years, unless they go bankrupt. There's a very big smiley on SQQQ 5 minute. Is that anything? No. I mean, yes and no. Nasdaq's dropping today a bit, so SPX reversal. I don't know yet. We'll see. We need profitable puts to capitulate, which could be difficult. Yes, it's a megaphone. What Ghost Your Baba play? Do you think he'll make 50%? I don't know. BTU synthetic long looking good at these levels, or more downside to go? There's a little bit of downside before it hits resistance. So you might be able to get them a little bit better than they're priced right now. Not a ton, but a little bit. Is Jimmy gonna go down till SLD? Maybe. Right now it's kind of at resistance, and it hasn't fallen below delta neutral yet, so I'm not super worried about the downside. When did Cosm come off Reg Show? I think a while ago. T plus 2 plus 35 rally tomorrow? Maybe. Any prediction for the impact of SLD this time around? Usual 2 to 300 BPS drop? Or do you see any factors that could change that? Short leverage is really light in the market right now, so the drop may not be as severe as it usually is. This is the SPX price level right before the JPOW rip. I think it's a bit higher, isn't it? Yeah, we were trading at 41.10 right before JPOW started speaking yesterday. So we're a little bit higher than that. Close though. That's where the gap was from after the speech, which we just filled and have not revisited, which is probably a good sign. What are the next potential price improvement catalysts for Jimmy and Upstart? Upstart has earnings coming up next week. I don't think their earnings are going to be very good, but they could announce a significant amount of their share buyback being completed, which could be bullish. GME earnings aren't until March. GME has potentially OPEX settlement, but there's a deferral during the February OPEX period. I don't know if it'll be made use of or not, but it could be. The long volatility positions are still positioned in March, so there's a chance. My one SPY 390p is holding the market down. Why do you have a 390p on the SPY? Is it like really far dated? GME 30 DTE IV sitting at 89%. What? I don't think GME IV 30 is that low. IV 30 today is at 100. It's not very low at all. If it hits 85 or 89%, yeah, that's generally a very good time to go long. But it's nowhere near that right now. And IV is actually increasing today since market open. Do you think that Upstart will be on Reg Show for their earnings? I can see them not wanting it to be on Reg Show for earnings before the market finds out how much they've bought back. If I were the reason Upstart was on Reg Show, I would probably try to not have it on Reg Show. Forced settlement for earnings. That sounds like it would be bad. Maybe a little capitulation here. We still need to see 41.25, 41.30, and 41.35 puts close out. If we get more put capitulation, then yeah, this thing could really rip. To hit the call volume, though, we need to move above 41.35. And we need some momentum, which needs to be given to us by the short side. Are there still long vol positions open on GME? Yep. They continue to roll until realized liquidity? Pretty much. I mean, they make a lot of fucking money off of it, so they could reposition whenever it's advantageous, right? Something like the other day when Bobby and AMC halted and Jamie IV spiked. That's like a great opportunity for them to like close and then reposition like the following days when IV's lower. VIX tanking? Yeah, I see VIX went under. That's a good sign. Puts are losing value, so they're more likely to capitulate. Sometimes with this shit, you just have to be patient. It's not fun, but you've got to wait it out because there's nothing you can do about it, right? You can't turn the market around. 310 21C IV is sitting at 89%. Isn't sitting at 89%. It's on WeBull. But IV 30 is the average of all IV. And no, the at the money IV for I don't know why you're looking at 21, but the oh that's up. Sorry, hold on. It's at 90%. The in the money is 89. But IV 30 is the average of all implied volatility across the next 30 days. And Feb 10s are at about 100. So Feb 10, Feb 17th are at like 91. I will say it skews down a bit into the last expiration. But IV 30 is still 100. Also, that's Opera pricing for the day. Generally, IV 30 is taken at close. But yes, GME IV is still doing that thing where the near dated IV is very skewed. That could be because of all the short calls, especially the ones at 25. Is your PT on BTU 29-ish? No. I mean, over time, like my final PT for BTU, I probably wouldn't start taking profits on the position under like 35. I'm in BTU for like kind of the long haul. Concerned viewer. Hey Greek, my girlfriend is married to a guy who's 8 years older. I'm not really concerned about him as he's ugly as fuck, but I found out my side chick has a slew of STDs. What do? um, damn, I don't know. Find another side chick? Would a bounce here confirm an uptrend? A bounce up. We want to move above 41.35. Or at least that's where I would consider a reversal to have occurred. Kashkari at 12:30. I wonder what Kashkari is speaking on. I haven't heard anything about them speaking today. I know Waller speaks at 1:45. Maybe the Kashkari thing's not about the economy. How's it going today? It's all right. Kind of boring. For 2 plus 2 plus 35, is the 35 calendar days or trading days? It's calendar days. Kashkari is doing an interpretive dance influenced by Dorita and Ayn Rand. Are you doing anything with Tesla right now? No, not really. No, I don't want that, Joe Rowe. Do you think the US will default on its debt? Probably not. God, this is fucking dull. Because of the guns? No, that's if we do default on our debt. 1 second, guys. I kind of want to go grab something to eat. Fix. Still under 20. Hmm. 40.73 is the low priced in for today. It doesn't look like we're seeing that. Still skewing to the upside. Ooh, 41.35 and 41.40 are picking up. Still no capitulation on the short side here, though. At 41.25 and 40. Well, 41.20 to 41.30 is still net negative. How's that looking on the 0 DTE side? Interesting. Well, I guess there's some chance we get 41.25 capitulation. I wonder how much above it we would need to move. A bounce here is kind of good. Low, though. Those positions have to give up, right? There's no way they're gonna fucking wait this out. More Chinese balloons over other countries. Did Baba die? No, Baba's almost like flat on the day. What's your biggest trading loss that you would divest to us? And what did you learn from it? I learned to buy more theta and not over leverage myself. And I was down like 350. Well, it ended up not being a loss, but I was down like 350,000 on put positioning on SPX going into the COVID crash. That was the most I've ever been down at once. They printed super hard, which was cool, but they almost didn't. This is all Dork's fault. Sell your 3090 put. Yeah, Dork's not dragging the market down with this 3090 put. Will Bobby undergo a leveraged buyout? Probably not. I slowly DCA'd into Baba puts over the last few days. How's it looking so far? And how far do you believe it will go? I did a write-up on it already. My price targets are in it. I bought one JWN in the money put when it ran after RC's buy-in. He said it might take months to come down. It looks like 3 days. I'm not a professional trader, but thank you for your teachings of puts. It took a little bit more than 3 days, right? Is it down to the same level? Yep. It's the wrong. Yeah, it's still not at the level where he bought in. Or where his buy-in was announced, let's say. So if you have theta on it, you still have more room for downside. I know you're a pretty emotionless trader, but during that COVID crash, were you still that way? No, I was kind of panicking like every day that the market. So before the COVID crash, the market rallied pretty hard, and I was freaking out. I was pretty overextended on margin. I had to keep depositing money, and it got to the point where I don't think I had any deposits left. And then it started moving down. The market stayed really irrational for way longer than you would have expected with everything that was going on at the time. I did a milestone of my own doing. No doing a milestone, no doing on my own. Oh, cheers to the degenerate Brian Slingers who gift pours hope. Gherk for reals, appreciate the knowledge. Thanks, Snotson. Do you think the BTU sell-off is natty driven? No. Not down to the same level, but there. I exited my position at the low before JPOW spoke yesterday. I made like 50%, so I'm happy. Nice. I like that the market's pressuring the 41.25 put positions right now. I really wish they'd fucking give up. Tell us again what the market did before the crash. It rallied for no fucking reason. Far higher than you thought it would have. I think it went up like it was like 600 BPS. It really moved. It was bullshit. Like I thought it was crashing, so I started doubling down, and then I can't remember how many days it was, but over like the next few days, it moved up like 550 BPS. And because I'd leveraged more as I because I thought the crash was on, right? Um, my margin was crazy overextended for those 5 days. So kind of like now, not quite the same. There was a lot more liquidity in the market back then. Yeah, then over uh then over like the next it was about a month. Over the next month it went down like 3500 basis points, which was great. Oh yeah, I definitely doubted the position. I was really confident in it up until the market started to rally before it crashed. It was extremely stressful. I sold the few stocks I had when the first video of the bodies in Chinese hospitals showed up on Reddit. I didn't play options at the time, but I would have been right where you were. Yeah. Yeah, I started buying puts. I started DCAing into the position when they first announced cases of COVID. It was like the first and second case of COVID in the US. Then when it hit New York City hard, I like tripled down on the position. Instead of BPS, can we just say call it beeps or beepsies? Way more professional. They're longer though. So you stuck in, doubled down. Well, I was a little bit more than doubled down, but yeah, I stuck it out. Sure, let's call it a million. Is there a way Upstart wouldn't announce an update on the share buyback, although they have completed it or have fulfilled it at least partially? A deferral for buyback announcements. I mean, they have to if they bought during the last quarter, they have to announce at the meeting on the 10Q. So, like the safe harbor provisions only cover them through the 10Q. I bet brokerages are on fire with all the share recalls. It was hard to move some of my positions because they moved so hard into the money. It was like kind of hard to find buyers for a minute. Some of them I couldn't even sell until we started to bounce back, unless I sold them at the bid. It was odd seeing the euro market starting to react to COVID, and the US just went, nah, we bullin'. It was very stressful. Just be honest, you thought Tom Hanks passing would tank the markets. No. Why is it when you say, sure, let's call it a million, it gives you the impression that it was way more than a milli? I had SPX contracts that went up a lot. Like I had a couple contracts at like 257x. Yeah, have you guys ever looked at Vega on farther dated SPX calls? They have like a 2x multiplier on volatility. Is nat gas dropping BTU? Oh, that's what you meant. Um, Probably not. It could be because it's a little bit of effect on the like spot price of coal. So that's why you stream and trade for funsies now? Part of it. Yeah, we could look. Just look for like look at SPX puts. Go out like 100 days. So like 3,000 puts for 3175s for May 19th have 2.0 Vega. Um the closer you get to the money, the more Vega they have. But the Vega on them goes up as the price drops. So if you have a market crash and like 3,000s were to go in the money, their Vega would probably hit like 8.5, 9. So like a 9x multiplier on volatility. It's pretty crazy. Because like market makers on SPX aren't pricing in crashes, right? I bought shitloads of Tesla at the bottom of the crash. And then that's what I played primarily up until GME. I played Nvidia a bunch too. some Amazon. And then in November, that's when I bought into GameStop. Having a hard time finding a buyer for your puts? What would another option be? I mean, you could just sell at the bid. There's always a buyer. Sometimes when they're deep in the money, though, it's hard to find a buyer that's willing to pay more, and the spreads can get really crazy when you're deep in the money like that. Can you beat Mark Zuckerberg in VR hand-to-hand combat? I think Zuckerberg has a lot more experience using his hands in virtual reality than I do. I'm too optimistic for hoping to see 2.5 on Upstart today again. No, I think we're starting to get some $25 put capitulation. That's very bullish for the rest of the day, I think. It's only 12:30 right now, so there's a lot of time for us to bounce back here. Calls are pretty stacked to the upside, and 41.25's where the puts were strongest. So moving up above that is good. Anyone seen the insane statistical increase in dark pool usage? That just means that there's more like large institutions participating in the market. That doesn't mean like fuck retail. It doesn't mean anything, really. Anyway, market dark pool usage at the peak, which was on Feb 6th, was still lower than it was in December going into OPEX. Lower than it was on October 7th. Way lower than it was on September 13th. I could keep doing this, but it's really not very impressive. It's just super stock trying to find value in useless shit they dig up. Lullet Mara X on sale for 700? That's an insane deal. Put selling off on SPX. Someone asked if Upstart could hit 2050, and I said if puts sell off on SPX, if the market rises. The DP chart he's talking about is year candles. It's a fucking bear market. No problem, man. Can you out quant Dork or JFresh? I think our experience is in different fields. Definitely not JFresh. I mean, he's a PhD in math, and Dork applied mathematics, and Dork is background is in physics. Mine is neither. But without me, I don't know if the tools we've built would be built yet. It's all about covering your weaknesses to build a strong team, right? So I couldn't do it without them. They probably couldn't do it without me. Teamwork. O'Doyle rules. Carl, you're just jealous that you're not a quant yet. Who's your quant psychologist? We don't have one. We're way too fucked up for that. It's probably good that we don't have HR or on staff psychologist. I'm a master at jumping to conclusions on limited and likely flawed data. Also, I'm the resident moving average quant. How did you meet Dork and JFresh? Mostly through shit posting in the public Discord. I think JFresh initially reached out to me. Dork came on a little bit later after reading one of my DDs and deciding I wasn't a shill. Do you like Captain Planet and the Planeteers? I wish you'd picked just any other example. I bet Dork regrets that. I don't think so. Me and Dork are very close. Carl is the janitor at the stadium who thinks he'll get a Super Bowl ring because he's part of the team. That's not true. They all met at a strip club in Columbus, Ohio. Quiet, Carl. We're not supposed to talk about that night. I promised your wife I wouldn't tell you anything. Mind touching on the difference between XSP and SPY? Well, XSP is a less leveraged version of SPX. So it's still like an option, like an index. Like there's still index options, whereas SPY is an ETF and subject to its NAV, right? I would say that the biggest difference you're going to experience there is liquidity, but XSP is still tax preferred. Like it still has the tax treatment that SPX does. But so does SPXS and SPXL. I reached out to you on Reddit to get your opinion on some weird vector modeling of stocks I was doing. Once I dug up a bunch of fun papers and shared them with you, it was a done deal. Yep, that was fun stuff. Come on, SPX. Look how far we've come, Dork. Even you made money last week. Soon you're gonna surpass your income. It's gonna be great. Liquidity is probably more important. Tax is less relevant for me as a Canadian. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to say I prefer SPY over SPX. I mean, I think a position on SPX is probably better than getting one on SPY or XSP, but I do understand that the cost can be exorbitant. So I do worry that if we crash, ETFs are more exposed to failures due to the lack of liquidity in the overall market. I think ETFs will feel the stress of that if we crash, and that would be bad for ETFs. Look at us. To help me with options. Exactly. My ultimate goal for this stream, I stated before, but on the Discord, but I'll say it for the rest of you, is to get Turdferg to buy an option that expires after a run has occurred instead of the day before it starts. I know, right? Can't wait. My dad's gonna eat the words, "You're so goddamn stupid. I can't believe your limbic system remembers to breathe." Also, SPX to 2000. Get wrecked, nerd. Best knife sharpener? You want to use stones, not a sharpener. But King, Shapton, or oh, what's that other brand called? I have one too. I can't think of the name of it right now. Shapton's really good. They're a little pricey though. If you don't have, no, not Diamond DMT. I don't like metal plate sharpeners. Naniwa. Thank you, Renew. Is this a decent entry for BTU? It's not terrible. It's right at resistance, so it's a little risky because if it breaks down below resistance, obviously that would be bad. But if it bounces off of resistance, as it has many times in the past, that's good. You guys are the goodies. Got it. More like the Goonies. Who has the best wife in the pickle jar? I don't know. I got my dad a belt sharpener for Christmas. Oh yeah, you told me about that. Because he's too lazy to use a stone, and his previous sharpener sucked. If you're not trying to use a stone, then there's the belt one with an angle guide. Yeah, I think Work Sharp makes one that's like pretty easy for like pocket knives or if you don't own expensive knives. I wouldn't use it on an expensive knife, but most people don't spend a lot of money on knives. I forget who, but someone's wife was in the lingerie football league. I don't know who that was. What price does expensive knife start? I mean, if you own knives that are sold individually, and not and don't come in a wooden block, then you probably don't want to sharpen them on a belt sander or like a pull through sharpener. Give you a really high grit one you can use to maintain it. Interesting. The only reason I've never bought one is because a lot of the knives I have are like single bevel, right? And with single bevel knives, if you slope the grind on a belt, like so belts give when you push into them, and it can change. It'll kind of like add convexity to your blade edge. Um, so I don't use those, but I've thought about getting one before. What about the sharpeners that look like they're made out of Tinker Toys and clamped to the side of the table? It probably sucks. I mean, most of those, most like knife sharpeners they're either designed for commercial use or the knives they use are really, really cheap and they just remove a shitload of metal. Um, or they just tear your knives up. Kirk uses his fancy knives to cut the elastics of his plastic takeout containers. You're very right, actually. I do not get a lot of opportunities to cook. I like to, but I don't get a lot of opportunity to. Girk, I'm not a serial killer. Also, Girk, here's my 2 industrial freezers and Japanese knife collection. Is owning Japanese, see, like, I feel like owning a bunch of Japanese kitchen knives is more akin to like mall ninja shit than it is to serial killer. Wicked Edge, yeah, those are cool. They seem monotonous and difficult to use. Mall ninja, it's like when guys like own samurai swords and stuff. Like, have you ever met those guys? I do sharpen my knives on water stones. They're called edge lords. You mean meth heads? Why do meth heads always own samurai swords? Gork, when Jimmy going up? Jimmy is going up. Why are you asking me? It's actually up for the day by a penny. Protection, but they don't come sharp, so you have to do it. Oh god. They're not real ninja swords. If they were, you wouldn't be able to buy them at the mall. Like actual katanas cost like $10,000. 4125, 4130 puts seem to not want to capitulate. 4125 does not want to capitulate at all. It's pretty obvious. But they did get pressured a little bit there. Let's see if they get pressured again. Maybe not. If this picks up any more volatility, I'm done with today. Can you look at the ticker uwu? Also, please pronounce it correctly when you say it. Ask the guy who took one to the neck yesterday for walking on my grass. Was it just like you just chopped the Amazon guy with a samurai sword? How's the market doing? Let's check in with Gurk. Starts the stream. Real katanas cost $10,000 or more. I'm more of a blunt force object kind of guy. I would attack a home invader with my wife's 18-inch dildo. Man, that actually getting beat with a dildo sounds like the worst thing in the world. That's probably super fucking painful. Greg, I got a new cat last weekend. His name's Peanut, and he's an orange tabby, 7 months old, and super cute. I guess it hasn't been diagnosed with any genetic conditions yet. Give it time, they'll pop up. I don't know why, but everybody I know who has a tabby has like a sad story about its genetic conditions. Like, oh yeah, it got cancer at 2 years old, and I've been paying for chemo treatments for 9 years. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of investment. Surely ninjas would sell their real swords in the mall. They have families too. Ninjas sales is also a technique. I should know because I joined one through an infomercial. My home defense is an axe I keep under my bed. I'm not even joking. You're gonna aren't you trying to have like a child? You're gonna need to get rid of that. My tabby is 13 with kidney disease. See, there we go. Thoughts on ham radio? Um, I don't. Do people still do? Jerk, I'm not a serial killer. Why would you keep your kitten alive? Some of my family were farm folk from the Midwest, and so my views on keeping suffering animals alive are pretty controversial. No, not Florida Keys. Gross. Any idea why Baba was up so much in after hours and then got slammed down hard this morning? They had some news about a thing they're doing that no one cares about. You had no problem blasting old Yeller, huh? Fucker had rabies, man. That's actually a death sentence. But I'm an animal that's suffering. Sorry to hear that. People give cats chemo? Believe it or not, yes. One of my friends shaved their cat and was treating its eczema for years. That's insane, right? GameStop stock heads for worst day in nearly 9 months. That was yesterday. How's SPX options data looking? Pretty much the same. Lots of puts at 41.25, lots of calls above it. Plot twist, your friend's cat didn't have eczema. They just liked the smooth feel of a furless cat. It was only half furless. The cat was only shaved from like the middle part of its body back. It was the weirdest looking fucking thing. Are all these cat people the reason RC is a billionaire? Yes. I actually made 400K on the stock market, but I've spent it all sending my cat to spa retreats where they feed her fresh tuna and massage her whiskers. So the cat had hardwood floors. My point still stands. All right. Well, I don't know. I don't know. There was ointments. There were several ointments. Yeah, it wasn't a lion. No, I didn't shave my cat with my friend's cat with a ninja sword. Old Yeller, same like allegory for Jamie price action. Maybe it's a story about sunk cost fallacy. Isn't that what love is, though? Sunk cost. Be honest. Your spouses aren't in here, or your significant others. How many of you are just in it because you're already there? Fiscal, you didn't have to start answering before I ask the question, man. I'm in it because she's rich. Well, yeah, all right, that works. Dating is so much work. Spouses are slightly less work. That's true. Sometimes. What expiry are the 4125 puts dated today? There's a few longer dated ones, but the gamma's smaller than the 0 DTEs. I don't feel so bad about losing money on a 2 DTE SPY call when it's being used to hedge the near-term downside on my SPY put that's up 30%. Hashtag pro trader moves. Nice, man. Nothing like buying calls when your puts are up. I'm in it because I'm rich, and she's from New Jersey, so she doesn't know what wealth is. My third wife was beautiful. Then what happened? Nothing like having cat calls. Yeah, this can take some maintenance. He could be a Mormon and have several wives. True. I don't see that as I don't get that. I don't understand the multiple wife thing. It doesn't seem advantageous to be nagged by several people. It's impossible to find someone to tolerate me. I'm intolerable. I'm apparently just tolerable enough. Trophy wife slowly becoming normal wife. Yeah, but all 1,100 people in the world that are willing to tolerate me for any period of time are already in this chat. And I've seen most of you. No thanks. Oh god, maybe I'm a trophy husband. You get an allowance, of course you are. Multiple wives sounds horrible. I barely have time to disappoint one woman at a time. I mean, less than 600 have liked it, so maybe not that tolerable. That's true. There's a lot of hate watchers. But they're still watching, right? That's almost more exciting. It's because of your pretty face. Yeah. Can we get a 1269 song today, Dad? No, I don't think so. What about if I hate myself for watching? Why? I feel like if that's the case, you probably hate yourself for a lot of your other decisions as well. Have you ever noticed the massive daily wedge on Sava? Going since August. Yeah. What about it? Think it's like a Dorito? I hate interacting with YouTube, but I'll give you a like today. Great stream, great content. Thanks, Meatwad. Have you ever traded with Fidelity ATP? It's actually extremely similar to a card game. Your buy and sell orders are lined up in a row across your screen, and you just wait to play them. I have. I don't like ATP at all. They've promised an updated, like, new visually appealing platform for years and have never, ever, ever done it. Get out of my head, you sorcerer. My wife and I used to date an NBA All Star. My wife used to date an NBA All Star just before marrying me. Yeah, she chose poorly. Sounds like it. Thoughts on Cat 250 weeklies. Man, you just love playing Cat on the most. I don't get. I don't understand you. Sure, it's Dow's been having a rough week, and if the market continues up into the end of the week, I'm not sure it's going to get much better for it. So there's some risk there, but yeah, cat can jump. I don't know. Look at the options interest. See if it's picking up for Friday. I can't stop. I feel like you hit it big once and you've lost every other time. Like Jimmy. Why is BTU drilling today? News. What is your PT on it? My price target on BTU over the next couple months is like 32 to 35. Um my cost basis on it's 18. So it's kind of hard for me to care. Hey, I'm sorry. What's your demand zone on BTU? We're in it. With 41.25 expiring today, do bulls have a ton of resistance tomorrow? Not really, no. Sold out of my cat calls and bought Google calls instead. The only solid stock decision I've made this year. Nice. You're forgetting a relationship. You are loved. Don't ignore your true feelings. Focus on the market, Darth. Alright? I like ATP when I first discovered it because it's so much better than their web interface. But now I realize that it kind of blows in a lot of ways. It does. Most brokerages kind of suck to use though, so it's really a symptom of the lack of demand for them to create better software products. Can you speak to the difference in trading SPY versus SPX options? I know there's more leverage with SPX, but would you have different entry and exit strategies? No, not really. SPY can slip. So SPY's more liquid, a lot more a lot more liquid, right? So it can slip, and there's arbitrage shit that occurs, which does not track, futures as tightly, and there's more room for market makers to fuck around on SPX or on SPY rather. So entries can be a little trickier. It can deviate a bit from, a futures a bit more than SPX does. Those are kind of the big things. Besides the leverage. If you do a lot of multi-leg trades, TOS is probably the best. Maybe. I've never used it. I hate TDA a lot. First thoughts on Sava was a Dorito, but no. Nonetheless, you think nothing of it. Prices contracting is an indication for a possible move. Sava's maybe due for one soon. I have bear call spreads that are open on it right now, so I hope it doesn't move too soon. It's a basket stock. I watch it. I saw a lot of CSPs on it because the IV is insane. I don't really look to ES for SPX entries. I mean, I still look towards SPX positioning. But I can use ES to gauge what I'm seeing occur on SPX, right? If futures are selling off and SPX is selling off, I'm probably not. It's probably not like a stop loss hunt, stuff like that, right? If SPX moves up significantly above where like the relative level on ES moves up above the relative level on SPX on like a strong move, and it's like that move is resisted on SPX. It either may not be, it may not last, or there's a delay, and you can take advantage of it. It depends on how confident you are in a trend continuation. Key resistance levels, I prefer tighter stops, but I'll loosen them up if there isn't one nearby. I don't know why Bobby's on the screen. Did I click it? Maybe I clicked it. I think I clicked it when I was clicking things on TradingView because they were overlapped. Um, Rivian's up today too. Upstart's gonna pop here if the market moves up. Jimmy looks pretty good too. Huh. How much of that arbitrage is resolved now? Almost none. Curious. Redeeming milestone chats is how we make the puts close, right? Why did nobody tell me you had to be a pigeon bell to change your YouTube display name? I don't think you need to be a pigeon bell to change your YouTube display name. But thank you so much for being a pigeon well, Maze. I appreciate it. Did you just become a pigeon wheel? Did I somehow miss that? I don't know. I'll play you a song. Huh.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. DRS is the deadly set. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Interesting. VIX back down at 1950. I feel like there's a chance we could kind of just get hung up here. Let's see how much we pull back. This looks like it's going to consolidate a little bit. Whoever made this song is dope as fuck. They really are. Dan for hire. Discord is banned at work, but now I gotta listen to all the jams on YouTube. When? Nice. Wrong, it's gonna rip? What's gonna rip? It's still gonna consolidate at the resistance. It's definitely doing some consolidation. Moon BTU do it. BTU's earnings are tomorrow morning? I can't remember. Now that we're on the third day of 741 days from the sneeze, I have a question for you. Did you enjoy MOASS? It was alright. Girk, walking in Costco the other day, and I realized most people don't have a brokerage, and I made more scalping SPX in 10 minutes than most people make in a week. The financial independence knowledge you give is life changing. I mean, people still have to take advantage of it, but thank you, Draxix. Congratulations, man. Any thoughts on Piton? Broke him at max last week, now losing steam. I mean, sounds like you have an idea. Or a thought. I'm working on it with my huge BTU call position. Oh god. I'm gonna have to listen to so much about your BTU calls now. Is Jimmy about to run to 22 real quick? Maybe. I don't know. Let's see what happens with this breakout. I get the feeling they're gonna try to internalize all of the volume. What's interesting is this breakout appears to have only occurred really on SPX. Futures are kind of lagging a bit. That could be a good thing. Short term. Profit taking here seems ludicrous. Don't do it. Don't take any profits. Oh, you fucks. If it's a color rule, part of the future sells is SPX buys. After the future sells is SPX buys. Yeah. Well, SPX sells, right? They sell the calls, then sell the puts, then buy the puts. I have an idea for meme futures. So the degenerates can also lose money whilst they're sleeping. Thoughts? That sounds terrible. Those motherfuckers get my calls on that stop loss hunt before the rip. Which stop loss hunt? I think there's gonna be more than one. This looks contested. Contested or just bullish consolidation? It's hard to say right now. He's talking about the jump up above this one, this bounce, this little candle right here. Ooh, when I mouse over it, it gets all oop. Look at that. Why don't these do that? Only the old ones? Oh, that one does it too. Okay. Only the crime candles? Join what? MM is a piece of shit. That mega stop loss hunt got me as well. Price went from 980, and then my stop at 8 got filled at 7. Ouch. Yeah, I don't have any stops set. My position is way too underwater for those at this point. Speech. I did a speech earlier. I think. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't remember. I yelled at someone for something. She's trying to join Dillionaire. Oh, I don't know how that works. Just click things that say like subscribe or dollar symbols. It's one of those. I think there's a link in the description. If we rip to 4160 today, I'll have made enough money that I can actually transfer enough money into my IBKR account so that I can stop paying $1 billion for trading fees. Nice. I never get yelled at. I feel left out sometimes. I'm sorry, Struggle Works. How much for what? I don't... For which? It has tiers? Zillionaire is like 30-ish bucks a month, I think. No, it's $24.99. If you're paying $30 a month, it's because Apple's overcharging you. Goldman bought 8.3% in Carvana, so saith PR today. Why are Toots loading the car vending machine company? I don't know. Maybe they need more shares to lend out. Chick VRNT and nice. I'm in the middle of something here, turd. I mean, it looks technically... VRNT looks technically okay. Not a lot of range. Nice has a little more range. Maybe like $10 upside. Maybe a little more. Potentially. Although we'd need to hit like a hell of a bull run. High PT like 258. Low is like 233. No, not IRNT. Bree Crew. Welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. For less than $1 a day, you two can have an annoyed streamer read your name comment. It's true. Thank you, Michael Simon. You know my Carvana tinfoil theory about them ripping? Insert smirking black guy meme gif. His name's Winston. It's from New Girl. And he's the best. Weird, I think YouTube moved this stuff around again. Can people get on the Discord without being members at any level? Yeah, it's... The public Discord's free. The Dillionaire shit isn't. 45 minutes behind, just in case it's still relevant. I know a data scientist with a dog. If you're looking for another addition to your team. No, I'm okay. Thanks, Bob. Where do you see Upstart falling to if it goes below 1952? It was already below 1952 today. By like 30 cents. I don't know. It's still on Reg Show. It's fairly illiquid. You're really excited about this slight bounce on BTU, huh? What's minimum capital requirement? There isn't one. They only do that shit on Discords where they're trying to get you to like pump their strikes. Hmm. What kind of nerd would pay for a never mind? Thanks, Janification of the stock market. Gotcha. I'm next in line to be Girk's dog. No. Are you sure about that, Girk? The data science guy with the dog is a really good reader. Mm-mm. Fun fact, Andrew Mo Money changed his name to Andrew Mo because he's out of money. I didn't know that. Does he still exist? They do what on J-Roll's Discord? Try to pump their own strikes? What's the difference between public Discord and billionaires? The public Discord is a cesspool of super stonkers and RBBBY people from Reddit. And then people shit posting to piss those people off. The billionaires Discord is about trading and stocks. If I had to divide up the three primary Discord categories, it would be like pigeon whale, rich, because fuck you, then dillionaires, trader slash investors, and then Pores Chat, which is the free one, bag holders. Now, this line can get blurred sometimes, but mostly bag holders in the Pores Chat. It's awful in the public Discord. Awful. Sometimes, yeah. Can you convince someone to open a fake traveling clothier for us? They could go in and roll JPM's collar. I don't think JPM's going to roll their collar that expires at the end of March. I think if they were going to, they would have already. Can you recap what the price move expectation timeline from a stock Upstart is when first placed on Reg Show? What is the expectation now, and how is price affected when it comes off? I mean, if it comes off, they're going to need volume to get it off. That's not necessarily going to affect the price. There's 13 days before forced settlement begins on the first day of failures, which is 18 trading days prior to the first day of forced settlement. And then, you know, as it progresses, forced settlement continues every morning until FTDs are no longer within a range that precludes reg show inclusion. Can you convince someone to open? Thanks, Dilly Dillerson, by the way. That really got chat going. Fruits are always ripping in the poorest chat. It's true. Zillionaire's chat was kind of popping off last night, too. Tom and Jerry was hammered. Sometimes that happens. Been here 14 months. Never seen you without the hat. That can't be true. I've taken the hat off before. Is BP gonna stop? I hope not. I have quite a few shares. Bagholders is an offensive slur, but it's it's also correct. Boss bought McGriddles again. Someone's department's about to get axed. Sounds like it. Take the hat off. Do it for the Louvre. I've done it for the Louvre. Is 14 months still from the after the perm in season 1? I don't know. I do remember the perm. How do you warn them about that guy walking? I don't. I miss you with the perm. Retail is also an offensive slur. Live for the brief moments of hat adjustment. That's the reason why I'm here. How's the hairline? Fine. I'm Italian. It'll probably just all disappear like the day I turn 60. Is SVX looking good to break 4140? Yeah, it's looking pretty decent. I mean, there's not a lot of puts to the upside here, so and once we can get past like the 135 strike a bit, nothing but calls all the way up to like 4200. Cat's looking good. It's looking better. Dow's kind of recovering a bit. Dow now down 20 BPS. I think it peaked a lot higher earlier. Oil's doing a little bit better again. Dixie's now down. So the euro finally did move up a little. I wonder when that happened. Right around. Yeah, it looks like the bottom on Dixie was right around the time we bottomed out on SPX. Hopefully that keeps slumping. Pound's up a little bit today. Yen's down a little. I'm Italian. It starts going away at 44. All right, I'll start working out at 40 then. What delta do you usually look at for CSPs if you don't want to get assigned? If you don't want to get assigned, I mean, it depends on the stock. But if you want to completely avoid assignment, you probably want to be like 0.3, 0.2, 0.1. I mean, the risk is like the delta risk is kind of stated right there in the pricing. Colin Logsden, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. We need something on the SPX on the screen to poke SPX. No, we don't. We just need the rest of the puts to close. Is Dow also affected by SLD? So Dow has the least amount of margined interest. And then Russell 2K has the most. I think it goes Russell, Nasdaq, SPX, and then or S&P, and then Dow in that order. So the index with the highest amount of like like margined leverage on it will generally have the largest sell-off. That's loose, and I haven't back tested that, but it's been fairly accurate over the SLD periods. My name is not Tony. I do like sushi. I still haven't capitulated, motherfucker. Fuck off, dork. 3090. That's ridiculous. You know it's ridiculous. I just didn't know if there's a safe but most profitable Delta strike that you tend to look at first. I mean, I generally don't sell CSPs on things I'm not willing to buy. So usually, if I'm selling CSPs, I'm selling them in the money, or at the money. If they are income, awesome. If they're not, I'm okay with assignment. What ETF is Google weighted heaviest in? I believe it's most heavily weighted in QQQ. I think that's more than SPY, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked recently. You can check. I remember your clip on SVX 0DT and 1DT contracts. Could you go over how you anticipate late day SVX runs and how you decide either 0DT or 1DT for them? I always get destroyed by theta in the afternoon. I mean, generally, if I'm buying SPX calls in the latter half of the day, I'm buying the extra day of theta and closing them before the day is over. That way the decay doesn't destroy them into the end of the day. Today is the kind of day where like contracts into the latter half of the day could be beneficial because we're turning around kind of in the midpoint. Has anyone ever guessed your name? Nope. I've entered 7 positions today, up $1.54. Let's fucking go. Nice, man. Yelling at Dork is a hate crime? He too has skin issues. The little red spots on my skin have given me trading superpowers. Do you have smallpox? Were you playing with that balloon? How are you going to catfish me if you tell me the plan in advance? Can we acknowledge your 37th birthday? 36th birthday? Rude. I think. How old am I? Is it 35th or 36th this year? It's one of them. You're an Ethan, aren't you? I'm not an Ethan. Pityriasis rosacea? Commonly happens to some people. It goes away in a few weeks. Managed to derail Jamie chat into a medical discussion channel yesterday. Nice. It's not hard to derail that chat. $36? Okay. I'll take your word for it. Why is Kashkari trying to tank the market? I don't know. Is that who's talking right now? I don't think so. Wasn't that at like 12 something? With the nickname, an obsession of pickles. I don't have a pickle obsession. It's obvious your name is Dylan. Closing 41.25 puts? I hope so. Waller's at 145. Wait, is it Waller? No. Who spoke this morning? Williams, right? So, yeah, Waller's the last one. You don't have to tell us your name, but what would your name be if you were a girl? I don't know. My mom told me once what she was going to name me if I was a girl, but I can't remember what it was. Gertrude. When is JFresh going to post another long-winded DD summarizing the slow death of Super Stonk? I don't know. Moon BTU go woo. Okay, you need to calm down. Ashley, you're definitely an Ashley. When are you going to become my sugar daddy? Probably never. Christina and Christina? With a K? Kashkari is taking questions from the audience at the moment. Why? They shouldn't let the rest of them talk. It should only be JPOW. The fact that they give the other Fed presidents speaking engagements is an embarrassment to our country. Get out of here, Girk is my sugar daddy. Me and him forever. I'm not your sugar daddy. I'm leaving my money to the cat. No. So I get the Boston Economic Club. Uh, her name is Kristineth. You come in our house, you get my wife's name right. That's very aggressive. Can I pay you to be my sugar daddy? Alright. How much? No, I keep saying that because I'm trying to incentivize JFresh to plot my murder. You know, Miley Virus, I'm going to tell you right now, if your goal is to actually obtain a sugar daddy, you're probably better off on OnlyFans than YouTube chat. Does the hot cat lady know your real name? Yes. But I like them extra regarded. Have you ever met Half Squirt? It's Paul. Are you a Dan? Brian? No. Brandon, Anthony, or Jonathan? Oh, what's up, Fluffy? How you doing? Ignacio? I have a fractional share DRS. I can basically be the entire pickle jar sugar daddy. Has anybody tried that on Tinder? Like just instead of a profile picture, just post your computer share account. How'd that work out for you? What are your thoughts on bougie waters like Fiji's? I mean, I drink Voss primarily and Poland Spring. One's bougie, the other isn't. So I'm torn. You strike me as the kind of man that has a sourdough culture. I don't, and I don't like sourdough. My Tinder game dropped a little once I turned 30. Really? Mine went the other way when I turned 30. Because then girls are like, this guy probably has a job. Your dad is Benicio del Toro, though, right? No comment. Your name is Nicholas Burry, son of Michael Burry. Joke's on them. You don't have a job. It's technically true. Ouch, Upstart. Really, Upstart was like the one hurt least by this. Yep, we're back below 41.25. Dixie's moving up. Oil slid a little bit. NASDAQ's having a rough day. It's almost down 200 BPS. What can we turn around here if we do? Let me see if the positioning's moved at all. Looks like some of the 125 call interests sold off. Which is a bit rough. Wonder if 130 sold off at all. Maybe. Hmm. Mix back up again. Almost at 20. Fuck. So close. Checking in. This looks boring as fuck. It's pretty boring. Gonna leave for the day. I got stopped out of my calls at a profit. Thanks for doing this every day. Nice, man. Congratulations. Somehow Tesla's hovered around and above $200 all day. Yeah, it's been pretty flat, which is really impressive given that Nasdaq's down 200 BPS. Where's the nearest support to the downside on SPX? We're at it. 4125 is the support slash resistance. 4100's the next one. Did you see Matt Foley came by earlier to motivate walking out of the closet, and you were too busy drawing triangles? I didn't, but I believe it. What did you do, Bipolar Bear? Did you ensure GameStop will go up tomorrow? Waller talking and being bearish. Lame. Doesn't that start in 2 minutes? You mean Kashkari? Average down call, average up. It's both red. Is this trading? Okay. Nope, seeing lots of quotes from Waller. Huh. At least we didn't have Bullard today. Market dropping on news or nah? Not really. Barron's has published a forget Bed Bath and Beyond buy signal activated. Oh, you seemed like a Bed Bath and Beyond investor. Port full of long dated calls dropped 70% in 2 days. I'm never selling. Cause you okay. How do I get unbanned in the Discord server? I don't know. What has happened to my boy Fubo? Why have they been hurting him recently? How did you get banned? That's a better question. My spy put is like the older brother beating up my spy call. It's fun to watch. Is this what parenting is like? Kind of, I'd imagine. Just pitting your children in gladiatorial combat. Investor and future millionaire. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. When Fed president trading cards? I don't know, but that's a great idea. I said Matt Kors is a stonk god and Carl banned me. Alright, seems fair. Good job, Carl. BTU a good synthetic long. Premiums seem pretty high. It's not a bad one. I have several synthetic long positions on it. We aren't hitting 4150 today, are we? I don't know. It's still kind of early, but it doesn't look great. And the Fed presidents are doing their damnedest to ensure it. Yeah, if we can break and hold above 41.35, then we could, but that's not happening yet. I don't know. We're turning back around again here at 41.25. I'm scared of all the puts on GME for the end of the month. Okay. I can bought a boatload of 4150 SPX puts. I doubt it. Like legit he did? Really? He didn't buy that many of them because 4150's gamma is massively positive. Like the skew adjusted gamma at 4150 is like 64 million. That's like super volatile today. I keep getting stopped out all the time. I hate it, and I'm out for today. Yeah, today's not fun. It was fun on the call side this morning, and then the put side this afternoon. Now it's just awful. Hey Girk, I know when OPEX and SLDR, but when is the end of the month? It varies. Some months have 30 days, some months have 31. One month has 28, and that can change on leap year. Up starts at 1835 before a bounce. No? I'll just ask you every month. Of course you will. We're glued to 4125. Look at the Gex. I know. It's frustrating. It's mostly just 0 DTEs, but it's problematic. When Jimmy Moon for its time of the end of the month. Wait, what? Every year has 365.24 days. So you can easily do the math on how many days are in a month. It's science. Don't tell him that. Remember when Upstart ran to 15% past Gamma Max while on Reg Show? Man, that was fun. It was. It'll probably be fun again in the future, too. We bought 24,000 4050s. Someone else mentioned that trade earlier today. I didn't. You said I thought you said it was on SPX. It's on ES. So Lucy is a crappy sub $20 million. How much is this? How much for sure? Plus 2 plus 3 5 2 2. How is that 8x float in a day? Also, given the reg, that's just churn. I mean, yeah, you could try to. Doesn't necessarily mean it'll hit, but yeah, you could give it a shot. It's off reg show though, which is less enticing. CML. Accidentally a 32 day. Oh no. How delayed is the stream from real time? Is it always delayed by that amount of time? I think it's like a couple seconds, and yes. If you imagine image search world's best Scrabble player, he looks exactly like you'd expect. Okay. Churn the butter, churn it. Thoughts on getting a sign on Upstart with a cost basis of 18 because I sold CSPs too early. 18's not the worst cost basis. You may not get assigned. I think it really depends on what the market does. So you wouldn't date me just because I went all in on Bobby? I want to date you because I don't know you. You're actively hunting for a sugar daddy in a YouTube chat, and you're all in on Bobby. So I know at least in the next like 12 months, you're probably going to be broke and annoying. Weren't you expecting ups today? Not really. On which? I'm still just like strangled. GME moved up a little bit today, and then it went down again. It'll maybe move up again at the end of the day. I expect us to move up over the next 3 to 5 days into SLD. Use Chat GPT to respond to dumb questions. Yeah, I think I'm not quite delta neutral on SPX because my puts are getting closer to the money, but I'm mostly delta neutral on SPX. High probability that all in Bobby and hunting for a sugar daddy is correlated in some way. What are you gonna do with your Upstart 100s? Yeah, just hold them. They're for like next year. Help, I'm making money. What do I do with it? I was thinking make more money, but I might just YOLO it all into Sava weeklies. Curious. Thoughts? You think Sava will keep running? I know it started running, but do you think it'll keep running? I sold my protected puts on Upstart too early today, it seems. Possibly. Hold on, these came in simultaneously. 1 second. Hi Gorg, I lost some money on futures today, but at least I have a plan to make it back. P.S. Do you know any brokers that allow trading on pasts? That's not a real thing. As tradition dictates, I have over-leveraged my Roth into SPX calls. I missed the last few hours. Is this choppy gay downs temporary? Or have too many long calls given up? P.S. I love you and Zom 130. Okay. We need to break above 4135 for like the call side momentum to pick up. Otherwise, we sit in between the two for the rest of the day, or one gives up, or calls give up, and then we fall down to 4100. I don't know which one they're gonna pick. Can I come crash on your couch for a week? Always. My wife wants to host some frat get together at my house, and I'm not invited. Understandable. It's like buying when IV is high. Dear God. Let's just break 4135 then. Well, we sort of did a little bit earlier, and then that failed, and now we're where we're at now, which sucks. Prediction? We're gonna have a boring day. It's possible. You mentioned something about if SLD is weaker this time around, then that means something. Yeah, it could mean that short positions are less leveraged than they were last month. We may not see as much sell-off. I painted her a word picture of Buckles the mini horse, and she fell in love. What are you talking about, Cody? If Ivy isn't high, I don't buy it because that means no one else wants it. When does SLD start? Wednesday next week? Yes. The short reporting date's like on the 15th. Days have been boring, but it gets spicy towards the end. Yeah, this whole week's kind of been like that. If we get a weak SLD, do you think the market retests 4,200 after SLD? That's possible. We'll have to see how positioning looks after SLD. When NVIDIA puts? Not yet. Feb 17th, NVIDIA 100p. That sounds awful. What do you think the market's gonna crash? Because I can bought some short futures out of the money. It's only a $54 million bet. Gork, I accidentally a January. What? Sounds like a reasonable hedge. It could be. Are you expecting a big drop in IV until next OPEX? IV is on the downtrend into this morning. I don't know what it's going to look like after today. It picked up a little bit this afternoon, so we'll see. Might be kind of flat right now. How much money would you need to make in a day to light up a cigar midstream? I don't own any cigars, so enough to get me to leave and buy one? And then why would I come back? That's on MSCI TUR puts. Wall Street Bets posted a DD. That already sounds like not so great. Yeah, nothing like buying puts at a 52-week low. How? No, 3-month low. It's actually, yeah, sure. I mean, the earthquake damage is big enough. I'm surprised it hasn't dropped more, actually. I'm not sure why I'm asking because the chance of getting a straight up answer is like 15%, but can you only see the last thing I've said? The only thing I can see that you said is I painted her a word picture of Buckles the mini horse and she fell in love. I don't know what the context was or what the fuck you're talking about, but that's the last thing that you said in chat that I can see. With earnings, Reg showed SLD and OPEX to FERPEX all coming up. Any idea what Upstart could be like through next week? I don't know. It's probably going to move up with the market, and then if the market moves down through SLD, probably that. I don't know what effect earnings is going to have because I don't know how much of their share buyback they've completed. If they haven't completed a lot of their share buyback, it's going to look shitty. If tonight's reg show shows that Upstart has been removed, would that make any sense to you? It could, yeah. I would expect them to try to get it off while liquidity is relatively high, which it kind of is. At least the underlying liquidity, there's liquidity available. I don't know if they can get it off right now without more volume, but they need to not fail for 5 days, and I think we haven't had enough time for that yet. I think they want it off before earnings. That would be a big risk. What's more bullish for Upstart though? The fact that they have 200 million to buy back, 250, or that they have spent it all. What do you mean they've spent it all? On what? Because the size of the float is smaller. Because the shares are removed from circulation. So that would reduce the size of the float and increase the price per share. Especially if it was reduced by the entirety of their share buyback, because that's a, depending on the price that it could have been done at, that could be a very, yeah, that could be a very significant amount of the float. Yeah, like $15, that's like 16 million shares. Which is like 20% of the shares outstanding. Upstart affected by a firm earnings tonight? It could be, but it shouldn't be. You holding Upstart calls through earnings? The ones I have, yeah. I don't have anything like short dated on Upstart though. I sold all the short dated shit last week, so pretty much everything I have on it right now expires um in like Jan of 24. Buyback, so if they announce that the shares are gone already, or they can still buy back a big chunk of the float if they're shorted during earnings. I'm not gonna try to predict Upstart's earnings. I don't think they're going to beat analyst expectations. If they do, awesome. If they don't, that's kind of expected. The credit markets still aren't stabilized, and I'd imagine they're still struggling. They've gotten more exposure over the last quarter, but it'll probably take some time to realize profitability from like auto lending and business lending. Die market die. Please restore the twinkle in my eye. I've gone full bear. I don't really care. Baba FSLR, Nvidia, and SPX. Please go red so I can get green and make white like no one has seen. Yeah, I've got puts on shit, but I also have time. Struggle to find a reason why they wouldn't have at least bought some shares back below 15. We'll see. What's the longest anyone has felt sick from food poisoning? I'm on day 3. Day 1 ended the fun toilet parts, but fever and feeling like beaten with a baseball bat since. Huh. Maybe you have like COVID. I'm curious if it's more bullish for the stock price if the buyback is complete versus not started yet. I mean, the buyback protects them from. Well, it should protect them from over shorting. It doesn't. Um, if the buyback's complete, that's pretty bullish given how large the short positions on the stock currently are. Anyone looking out for what Waller is saying? Hawkish shit. Not COVID. Had that after Christmas. Ate some questionable mussels. Oh, yeah, that could last like 3 or 4 days. Sure, buyback announcement would give me such a big boner. I had bad food poisoning that lasted almost a week. 2 weeks before I felt close to normal. Huh. I mean, like, shellfish poisoning can last a little while. It can be pretty rough. If price were to rise based on constant market cap but reduced float, how much of a jump could we see? I mean, we could see quite a bit, right? Because there could be speculation on the back of it, and not just the pure math of a reduced float size. Like everyone knows that Upstart's been sold very short. It's daily diarrhea isn't normal. No, that's probably pretty bad. Dude, what time is it? 2:10. Shitty long drawn out recovery. One of my favorite streamers got seafood poisoning a few months back. Yeah, that was awful. Now that Kim Jong Un's daughter is being pushed into the spotlight, do you think she will is open to being a sugar mama? ACIW double down share buyback on the dip. Cool. Now if they could only process some payments. Why not just buy Visa? Do you hate money? How much would you be up if you'd bought Visa at the same time that you instead of ACIW? I'm gonna market watch you. All right, serious question. My piece of shit spy call that I don't give a single fuck about is probably gonna die of theta poisoning in the next hour or so. Have we lost all hope of Spy 415 today? No, but if we hit it, it'll probably be in like the last fucking 5 minutes of the day. If we hit it. It's a big if. Hold on. Are you DCA your zero DTs or those in the dead pile? Which ones? Ah, no. I'm not buying any more of those. Either we move up or we don't at this point. How about my SPY 413? That's what I need to break even. My SPY call entries today were atrocious. Weren't you up? Like, I don't know how far behind SPY is right now. What's the... Oh, that's not SPY. Ew. Yeah, I mean, you need it to break out. We have a higher low. It's encouraging. Yeah, it still looks like a piece of shit. For the sake of learning, can you speak on why the market listens to third string Fed presidents immediately after JPA? Because the market's very uncertain right now. And so anything, any news, no matter how super irrelevant or small, can affect participants' decisions. And the market's been kind of stuck in the cycle of trying to feel out the Fed for months. Is there a food or ingredient that upsets your stomach? No? I don't think so. They got AF theta on these BTU calls. Close my Google put for 60% profit. Feels good to be green again. Nice, man. 4150, 30 DTE seems to be a sweet spot. Thoughts? It's not a bad contract if we move up into the end of the week. VIX back below 20? Yes, it is. Hot wings can be a hit or miss for me. Doesn't really bother my stomach. I wish I could send you a screenshot of my SPY call entries. They were the two most optimal times for put entries. Put it that way. Nice. Don't chase, right? The market uncertainty is so bad. We got a huge bounce when J-Pow announced he played the guitar. It's true. Upstart moving up alongside SPX for the first time in hours. You mean the first time since SPX has moved up? That's accurate. I like the momentum we're getting here. That's nice. I had a chocolate peanut butter protein shake this morning, and ironically, it looks the same coming out. I don't know if that's irony. I have lunch in 45 minutes. I set a trailing stop on my piece of shit call so I don't have to fuck about. Hopefully my put doesn't unprint while I'm away. When Fubo back to $3? What's it at right now? Not today. Probably not today. Yeah, probably not today. Curious. Seven. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. Cat's climbing back a little bit. Oh shit. Google's back under my covered calls? I didn't realize it dropped that hard. Should I roll them down? Greedy, right? How are futures looking? Like they're going to try to retest 4150 again. VIX is still falling back to 1967. The fact that we're not moving down right now on consolidations, pretty good news. We're selling vol on QQQ? Probably not. That's not terrible. Not great. Hmm. Does it feel better to make a okay white or a big brown? I don't know. Probably okay white. Did arbitrage and Jimmy get resolved yet? No. No. A little bit. It's like a little bit since this morning, but no, it's still very negative. Hey, rejections. Support here? SPX retest 4113, please. No. Fuck your pets. Finally wrote my last exam for this semester today. Can you give me a short recap on what has happened today, this week? Not much. Will Fubo break the 250 support wall? Tune in at 3:15 and find out. It might. I mean, most of those puts closed, but we're still getting held under the $3 ones, and $3 ones have opened. With Google's drop down today, mostly come as a result of the AI demo fail. Do you think there's still more room to drop, or we're done here? Going back up with the market. If the market goes back up, I don't like all the stagnation. There's not enough pressure. Like, there's not enough buying, right? Like, people are positioned really well for the market to go up, but it doesn't seem like anyone wants to buy any of the stocks in the S&P 500, which is problematic. Well, my trailing stop trigger before I left for lunch. I guess that's it. Good luck, have fun all. Might see you at end of day, but maybe not. Peace out and go fuck yourselves, everybody. See you in a bit, Dork. Why are you playing Fubo if you're not playing penny stocks? I like Fubo. Google dropping from the demo fail, same as Elon smoking Rogan's Rogaine. Nice buy. I don't know if it's a very good buy. We still have SLD next week. When upside Pimento? Feb 17th. Jimmy? Yeah, it's moving up a little bit. Is it green on the day again? Yep. Let's see. The gamma's barely changed on the 0DT contracts. Not really a lot of change on the longer dated ones either. A little more put OI below 4100. Some like 4075s seem to have opened, but also some 4160s opening. 4165s are already dead. That's interesting. Jesus fuck. Have the 4125s capitulated yet? Nope. I think they're hoping to end the day in the money, but they have not reduced in size. And 4120s are picking up now, which is still, I mean, it's still not as significant as 4125, but they have picked up a little. Can you explain what the run was for Upstart this morning? Was it the ETF FTD covering? Might have been. Was that sufficient enough to get themselves off reg show? No, but it helps. It wasn't a penny stock when the play started. I mean, technically it was. Because my first buyout on Upstart was at like, what, $3 or something? 350. Then it ran like a couple days later, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, I want to buy a Fubo." You see what the run up was for Upstart this morning? Okay, you mean 4120 puts are picking up or calls? I mean puts. There are like no zero DTE calls below 4120, and there's very few calls at 4120. What's more interesting is there's basically no calls at 4125. Just 4130 and 4120. But I think that's because those sold off here. We actually had some earlier, but I think they sold off there. All stocks are penny stocks. Some are just worth thousands of them. Seal VR? I don't know. I haven't looked at that in months. And that guy like stopped working on that indicator with me when crypto started crashing because he was like losing all the money in his firm. So we're just gonna see high volatility into close? I don't know. We could just see nothing into close, just flat. Nothing says we need to go up into the end of the day right now. Puts at 4125 aren't capitulating, which means they expect to end the day in the money. Or at least right now they expect to end the day in the money. They also didn't capitulate at a test of like 4133 or 4137, which is not a great sign. So I would say interest is very divided right now. Ivy's not really crushing out. VIX is up today. Are we clear of all deferral settlement dates? We're clear of all the deferred dates. Settlement can continue beyond that, but yeah, for the most part. If we run in the next T plus 4 days, then we can tie that back to settlement, but I don't think we're going to. Aside from, getting dragged up with the market, if the market moves up. Yesterday I heard a radio playing an ad that said Jamie Dimon is predicting the stock market to crash. Buy silver. Will you add BTU April calls? I already have the ones I want to buy. Why do you keep asking me that? What do you mean back to square one? We're just back to a shorting cycle, probably. It could last a week, or it may last a month and a week. And we got a pretty decent amount of covering throughout the entire deferral period. We did not just get dragged up by the market. And the market helped, but Jimmy doesn't get dragged up by anything unless there's no liquidity. Stop asking about BTU. He wants to hear about NVIDIA put entries. Jesus Christ. If GME squeeze were to happen, do you think we go straight up or hit levels of consolidation? The 1 year really looks like GME is coming out of Wyckoff accumulation after a spring. Sure. I don't think we're going to get a squeeze, though. I don't think that's real. I have the inside scoop on emerging tech company. Ticker, it's called Apple. They're going to make personal computers. That's just like trying to find hopium on a different time scale. Can you buy or sell a couple hundred NQ contracts so something happens? Ugh. Do you think SLD could be as significant as last month since the market went up a lot? I don't know. I think short leverage is a little lighter this month. So I would say SLD probably won't be as bad. As last month, but it could be. I mean, it's generally 200 to 300 basis points. It very rarely exceeds that. Hey Greg, I had to pick up my brother from the airport and I missed the middle of the day. Can Upstart move up end of week with FTDs, or does that hinge on the SPY moving up? I think it pretty much entirely hinges on the SPY moving up. I think any FTDs that Upstart had were probably covered this morning when it ran and had volume. Whatever was left, they probably just covered throughout the rest of the day. It only had like 1 million, and it's traded 2.21 million today. I will say today's volume is pretty low. Repeat after me. MOASS does not exist. It's not real. I know that. Hey, Greg, I had to pick up my brother from the airport. I heard Jamie Dimon said BBBY is going to make NFT personal computers. Do you still like the HCP bear call spread with SPX pushing up? Yeah, because by the time, I mean, NASDAQ went down today, so there's no way HCP is doing well. I haven't looked at it since I sold it, but yeah, HCP is down from the peak the other day. It looks fine. IV's dropping too. What's wrong with the bear call spread on it? I'll probably close it before earnings. But those are on the March 10th. Inverse head and shoulders on SPX or just consolidating. It's not really doing much. Futures volume's pretty light right now. It might pick up in power hour, but then there's not enough time left for us to see anything much better than 4150. $2.21 mil is for Jimmy, not Upstart. Oh, 4.43. Yeah, so more than enough volume. Sorry. I thought I clicked it. RC told me to buckle up. Yeah, because he was going to sell a bunch of stock. What levels should we be looking for Upstart pre and post earnings? I like buying Upstart below 15. Well, especially below 15. But 18 to 15, I don't mind buying it at. And then I like selling it at like 25 and 27. Or at least selling my calls at those prices. Near Gamma Max. Since it went down today on nothing, can we go up tomorrow on something, or is it a big nothing day? There's still a lot of bullish positioning, but we're not in a good spot to realize any of it. So we'll see what happens. I was doing some research on spreads last night, and I can't really understand why someone take on a bear call spread. Is the strategy to buy to close profitability and let the long call run? No, a bear call spread is bearish, not bullish. The call protects you if it moves against you. When was the last time that you were greedy whilst others were fearful? I already don't like you. I don't know, most of the time. I'm usually pretty greedy. Bags of buckles are expensive bags, probably designer ones. Nice. What happened to the greatest transformation of a company in our generation with GME? What, who said that? Super Stonk? Can you please go over a poor man's degen weekly strategy? A what? That's not an option strategy, Popcorn Trader. That's just you buying out of the money calls. It's like a PMCC, but for me, bull call spreads. You hope it goes up, but if it doesn't, you lose less. Do you plan on playing the long side of OPEXs, even though we never saw volumetric covering during the deferral period? Are you sticking to cover calls and protected puts from now on? Oh, I'm never gonna probably completely stop playing the long side of OPEX. I'll pull it back a little, but it's too fun. And also, this one hit pretty good, even though we didn't get any significant price action all at once. We got lots of price action over a period of time. So I got to take profits and reposition like 3 different times. I'm pretty happy with how this went down. I'm gonna teach you guys reverse jade lizards. It's just a jade lizard, but so long call really is a hedge. It just limits profitability. Yeah. Is there a meme for doing a synthetic long and then selling PMCCs against your long call? No. Is there a name for it? Not, not really. I guess it's kind of like a short collar. No. So you're synthetic long, and then you've sold a call. Why? Why have you why have you sold a call against a synthetic long? It'd make more sense to buy the underlying stock. That's where your risk is to the downside where it's leveraged. Here comes put capitulation. That's not what that looks like. Same reason I sold full ported into GME. The internet told me to. Jesus Christ. It's gonna fall to 4,100? Nope. Today sucks and it's dead. Oh no, Tesla. Tesla pull back a little bit. Yeah. Tesla looks fine. I know what you're oh knowing about. What do you think of $100 Google put if it goes out of the money and waiting for 97? I have puts on Google at 100. I haven't sold any of them. But I also have a lot of theta on them, so it's like what you were talking about, selling 14-day CCs against a further dated owned call. I call it a pickle tickle. Okay, here's the problem. When you're synthetic long, your theta decay is already covered by the decay of the CSP you sold, right? So you sold a CSP and you bought a call with the credit. But the CSP becomes more profitable over time. And the call becomes less profitable over time. That's why it's called a synthetic long, because it mimics owning 100 shares of the underlying stock. I mean, I guess you could sell PMCCs against it to just... I mean, you're just selling naked calls, though. I mean, it's more like a ratio spread. So you're using your synthetic long position to hedge the near-term PMCC, and then when you think the stock's going to run, you would pull back the sold call. Now the 4120s want to be in the money. Yep. I have a scammer on the phone. Is there something I could ask them to make their day a little worse? Why would you want to do that? They're getting paid $9 an hour to annoy you. Their life already sucks. kind of kicking someone while they're down, right? Good entry for 0 DT SPX calls. It's never. Oh, never mind. You just wouldn't have the CC out on a potential run. It's not a covered call. Well, it could be, I guess, but you would generally be selling that position naked. Yeah, you could do that. It'd be roughly the same as owning the stock and selling a covered call. I like Google better. Today, I would have rather had Upstart and GME price action be reversed. Why? They both suck. My Discord has been hacked. How can I get you to kick that account out of the server so others don't get strange messages? You can DM me with your new account, and I will, and tell me what the old one was, and I will ban it. Big Delta put selling on XRT. Ooh, interesting. The $67 strike. Bullish? Maybe. Tomorrow's T3? T2? Tomorrow's T2. Hmm. Well, T3 and T. Well, it's the end of T2 tomorrow morning. T3 tomorrow during the day. Interesting. Maybe we'll see some more redemption tomorrow. Bro, we're definitely gonna pop tomorrow. Maybe. My new account is Sloppy Poppy, and my old account is Walkin'. Nice try, Sloppy Poppy. I came up with a good life hack for the stream. Whenever you get a telemarketer call, pretend you're a business. It works because they'll remove you to save their time. Make sure you sell it though. What do you think, they're not going to believe you? Gosh, Baba's boring today. That's okay. Tall chair Gherk, best Gherk? I moved my desk down a little because I wanted to lean on it, but I didn't want my face being down here. I'm a Dan. My body is a business. It's true. No, but I can move my chair height, I think. I don't know how. It's one of these levers or knobs. How to turn off auto exercise on WeBull. Well, unless it's in the money, it's not going to do that. But you right click the contract, and then where it says auto exercise at expiration, you click that, and it'll ask you if you want to turn it off. How much you're able to write off as a business expense of your body? 4. I messaged you on Discord about the hacked account. Ah. Alright, I gotcha. Thank you. Was hitting 13% of above GM on Upstart and then falling off just a coincidence? No. Any new plays with a high FTD? There's some stuff I've been looking at. Why would T plus 2 pop? Wouldn't they have... It's not really T plus... Today's T plus 2. I'm thinking T3. From Creation, used on Friday, when... Or not Friday. Was it Friday when we ran? Monday when we ran. Do you expect SPX to bounce by the end of the week? We'll see. I don't really have any expectations for it. The positioning on it is pretty bullish. There's a chance it moves up. There's a chance it doesn't. The entire market might just decide to lean on CPI, and we could just trade between like 40.80 and 41.20 for the next 4 days. Gamma's already getting a little flatter than I like around the current price. Is T plus 2 a thing for big moves to the downside? Yeah, can be. Play full bear? No. I'm just indifferent right now. I mean, most of my positioning is fairly neutral. I have covered calls out and I have puts. I have some long stuff, but not a ton of long side exposure. Just a little bit. Most of my exposure is fairly bearish, besides like my stock positions. And those, I mean, I can always sell covered calls on. Tesla March 190p, a good short. Might be. Could be good for like SLD. Considering the low liquidity still with GME, are we looking at potential March OPEX with Feb having a holiday? So here's the thing about deferrals. They don't have to observe them. They sometimes do. They sometimes don't. We could just as easily run for Feb as we could for March. It also depends on how hard liquidity pulls back between now and Feb OPEX. Anything of interest in NVIDIA OI today? I'm not really watching NVIDIA OI. I don't particularly care about the short term on it. I had some positions to play the upside, but I closed those. I haven't entered puts simply because I'm not confident in the market's direction yet. When I feel more confident in some realized downside in the market, then I will probably pick up some puts. I've bought some puts on some other things, just not Nvidia yet. Like I have some puts on Baba. I have some, I have puts on FSLR. Quite a lot of puts on FSLR. I had some Google puts, which are now in the money, but I'll probably keep holding them. I have a bunch of shares of SQQQ. Quite a lot of shares of SQQQ. That I got assigned on last Friday. She's trying to get you to shovel the coal, Carl. Chugga, chugga. Chugga, chugga, choo, choo. What's the best way to improve trading mechanics? You mean like execution? It's like playing a video game. Get used to it. Paper trade on the brokerage that you want to use primarily. Set up hotkeys. Remember what they are. I did 4 chuggas. I was trying to think of the number of chuggas that would be awkward, most awkward. Power hour, my favorite part of the day. Thank you, Purple Hulk. Oh no.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
What'd I miss? Nothing? Really? It kind of looks like the market's selling off. A little bit. I'm start dying some more. A little bit. This doesn't seem bullish for the end of the week. I think it's kind of irrelevant. Futures haven't even retested the low for the day. I made the ransomware scammer cry. Mean. Spy bear trap? No. VIX is rising. They're cauliflower cheese puffs. Like pirate's booty, but worse. What's all this T+3 business? What T+3 business? Tomorrow's T+3 for Monday. Where did you get those? They're at like deli, like, well, it's supposed to be like a health food store. It's by my house, but it's basically just a deli. You know, the first like couple ones you eat taste really, really bad. But then the rest are decent. Got back into Google with my profits. Let's go drilling. Nice. That depends on how much theta you have, DJ Lamb. What do you do to recover from a decent loss in one day? Sell more covered calls? ES just grabbed some Southside liquidity. That's a nice way of putting it. Futures is our only support in this range. Dare I say it, time for Fubo CCs, even if they're pennies on the dollar. I guess into SLD could be worth it. They're not great. For the love of the Cubs, what must happen for you to give us full bear? Oh, I'm never playing that song. It's awful. It gave me depression. Not even when the market tanks and we're all winning from SPX puts. Nope. I need a dumps song that's like, it embodies all the bullishness of winning on the bear side. And the bear song doesn't do that. The bear song makes winning on the downside seem sad. No thank you, Miley Virus. I don't even know what you'd need a stepbrother for. Do you need a chaperone for some sort of event? Can't you ask a real family member? What's Baba doing? Eh. I mean, it's saying fuck your calls. I'm winning down. Miley virus, same like emergency exit alt account. Sounds like it. Tesla seems strong despite the QQQ taking a hit today. Is there still some obligation covering going on? It would appear that way, yes. Or just some like T+2 price action. Okay, you got me. I'm emergency exit. I knew it. Are you sure it's not the singer Miley Cyrus? But she changed the first letter of her surname so we wouldn't spam her DMs. I mean, if it was the singer Miley Cyrus, emergency exit would probably have a better chance of getting fucked by me. I've eaten all of those. Stop not reading my questions. If I wanted to be ignored, I would spend quality time with my wife. Reg show for Upstart if we hit forced covering, day 14, 15. Don't mean ups, but way less likely for ouchie down downs. Yeah, it could stabilize our price. Thanks, amigo. You're now liked more than my spouse again. Nice. Any change if Jimmy has positive EPS this quarter? It could be very bullish. Give it to me straight, Gurk. How's my Jimmy horse looking? Like, it's done with the race, but it still needs to get off the track. Can you answer my previously repetitive question about how to close a synthetic long? Usually you sell the call and buy back the CSP. Sometimes, depending on how you deploy the initial position, you can let the CSP expire and then the call's still just sitting there. No problem. Nothing to apologize for. Is the wedge genius forming after the big drop seem to be bullish or bearish? I don't know, maybe we bounce off the trend line again? I wouldn't really call it a wedge. You mean just today? Sure. Could be bullish. Might not matter, because it's fucking GameStop. And it's super illiquid and highly volatile. Hmm. Dude, Jamie is getting antsy here. Are we gonna run into close? Are the puts gonna capitulate right before close? Maybe. They're still like decently in the money. Hmm. Interesting. Fubo fell off the ramp. I don't know. It's kind of coming back just down to like 250. It still seems kind of sensitive to the indexes. It's still a little illiquid. I'm getting buffered. Quick, do a pull. On what? I think I'm okay with the day now as long as we don't fall below 4,100 by close. How did you get assigned on your SQQQs? Oh, I sold puts at $34. I sold puts at $34 when it was trading at like $32. Poll, are you getting buffering? All right, that's a good one. Is Upstart going to tank after a firm earnings? Probably not. There's some correlation between the two, but they're very different companies. I tried to vote, but the pool is buffering. BTU hasn't even fallen to resistance yet. It's still slightly above it. There have been a lot of BTU comments since it was trading at 26.30 to it trading at 26.05. Is Retail still interested in GME? I mean, not as much as they were. I'm glad to agree with Jayfish's opinion that most have moved on 2 years later, but without the extreme bearishness. I think a lot have moved on. I think speculators on GME have moved on. I think the people buying it are mostly still in it. I think they continue to buy it. I think there's at least 5,000 very insane people that buy it probably every week, regardless of its price. I sold a PMCC on BTU. I'm feeling better about it. You know they have earnings tomorrow, right? People buying it are in it. Truer words have never been said. Yeah, it was an accurate statement. Looks like a lot of people sold BTU CSPs at $26. Yes, I did. Yeah, I had hats before this one. You can tell the people buying it, they will just respond, and then I DRS'd some more shares. No, those people have a $50 cost basis, and they haven't been able to afford a share for 2 years. Of course I know them. They're me. Where's the old hat? I don't know. It's around here somewhere. Where did you move the true DRS numbers in the Dillionaire channel? Come on, SVX. Good thing I bought Theta. I think we got some capitulation on some like it looks like some 4120s might have sold off. That's about it. Never mind, I found it. Ryan Cohen moved SVX earnings. Classic Ryan. Earlier you said support on SPX is 41.25. What causes it to go below? People then selling at 41.25? Or people buying more puts below it, dragging the price down? Check DMs. What do you got? That's fucking awesome. I'm definitely gonna use that. Oh god, Darth sent me multiple videos. Luke, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Will Fubo run at 3:45? Tune in at 3:45. It does not look like it. Thank you for cracking the code on the DTCC cover-up and letting me share it for becoming a Dillionaire. That's not how I wanted you to see them, but that's how I saw them. So, oh well. Surprise ruined. $217, 412 calls, down 8%. Can you give SPX a nudge, please? I'd love for SPX to nudge. It's just not. As far as I can tell, market makers are a series of tunes, and the money moves up and down these tubes. Hold, what? Can we have an emergency date? What are you talking about? EE. Are you trying to slide into my DMs or something? Any anticipated possible upstart ups before earnings? I don't anticipate any, but we may get some. If the market moves up, I think upstart is still sensitive to that. Otherwise, no. Get the tube guy on the quant team stat. Can you expand on the tube analogy? I never want to talk about it again. Google looking good value right now. Overreaction to chat GPT. I don't know. I'm not buying Google at $99. I will buy Google below 87. And ideally I'll buy it below 78. Was your question asking if I want to be boofed? I think you know the answer to that. No. Potential upstart FTDs due tomorrow. There are some due tomorrow. I don't know how many are on upstart directly, but there are some due tomorrow. Like 1 million. Can you say some bullish things about SPX to hit 4,200 before the end of the week? There's 2 days left, and people have bet a lot of money on that happening. BTU earnings tomorrow, pre-market or after hours? I actually don't know. I should probably listen to them, but I don't know when they are. BTU earnings 214? No. BTU earnings 923. Upstart earnings 214. BTU's 214? TradingView has the wrong date. What the fuck? Why? Can I report that? It's too much stuff on 214. Is it after hours or in the morning? You never listen to me. That's not true. Bloomberg is being mean to us again. Yes, we've seen a shift in retail from buy the dip to using options because it's an easy way to get exposure and shrug, not know what you're doing. Pre-market in 214. Okay. It's BMO as far as I understand. Investor call at 10. Okay. Oh, we can listen to it. Are you still holding Apple calls? I am not. If you were a massive institution buying huge amounts of 0DTE puts, does your strat go beyond today? Or was it just an opportunity to take advantage to make money? It's only down $2. Maybe they have the wrong earnings date and they're shorting it too early. I laugh because that kind of shit happens. Are Dixie options profitable or doesn't move enough? There's things that track Dixie. Like it only goes up, always freaking up. No, at one point it was down today. Now it's up again. Long VIX or not yet. A little pricey right now. Should we expect more GME shorting tomorrow once SSR is over? Not necessarily. I don't think SSR really protects us from being shorted. Do you think SPX will get back to 4,200 before more downtrend? I don't know. I would have felt a lot better about it today if we'd stayed above 4,150. Can the market drop while retail is holding piles and piles of short-dated puts? Interesting. How much theta do you have on your Google puts? March? It seems Google dropped today is because you can instantly skip ads before you read the reply of their AI. I should buy Dixie because when I look, it's only up. It would probably be a good play for my mental health. Maybe. That way, just whenever you look at the position it's up, you know, you could just get $1 out of the bank and, like, take a piece of scotch tape and stick it to your computer screen. And then when Dixie's green, you can be like, fuck yeah. Get like a crisp one though, like a new note. Ask them if they have any new notes. You don't want some shitty old dollar. We're going to the tape store now. Awesome. How safe do you think GME are in the next few weeks? Safe enough that I sold some. Dad, I have too many CSPs out on BTU. How many? How many is too many? Like, you can't afford to buy the stock? Too many, or... Double down with a $2 bill. Leverage? Ooh. What if... Hold on. Hold on. Segue. What if you go and get a $100 bill? Then you're 100x leveraged. Right? Any chance you could put up SPX, please? It's right there. What do you mean? It's like on the screen. I'd use my only $1.25 at the dollar store to buy tape. Now I have nothing to tape. Any chance you can open your eyes? They are open. SPX price, not Fubo price? Leverage, same like double-sided tape? I mean, yeah, I guess you could spend more money on the tape. But it may be depreciating. I broke BTU going long on it. Sorry. Why do you come in and fuck everything up, AJ? I swear to God, every time you enter a position, things go south. When a company buys out Rev, do we just get the notional values of our shares, cover, and CoverGirl products? No, you get one boudoir photograph from a Polaroid camera of Ron Perelman fucking a giant stack of your money. In tights. Hot. When a company buys a Gherk, I take money to my screen. My wife immediately grabbed it and said, "Mine." Am I a bag holder now? Yes. The tape on the back of the dollar acts as a hedge. Inflation causes the value of the dollar to go down, but the tape goes up. Oh shit. Okay, initially I was against it, but then you said in tights. I added that for Carl. And Fluffy. Gotta find a buyer for that used tape, though. Uranium tape. Why not you? Why would you have been a consideration there? You've never said anything about enjoying tights. You've done 0 chug videos wearing tights. So, yeah. I had a pair of tights and like 3 Speedos. I used to be a ranked swimmer. There's a deodorant joke in there somewhere, but I can't think of it. Don't encourage him. I wasn't. Not to brag, but I'm caked up in tights. That's why I'm not allowed near schools anymore. And that's not true. I've worn Speedos for chugs for you. Speedos aren't the same as tights. Matt Foley, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Guys, give Matt a shout out and welcome to Cornishon. Is there a problem with the Discord? I can no longer see the group, and using your invite link doesn't work. Are you banned? That sounds like a different way of saying I got banned from the Discord. Right? I'm thinking no, it can't. Is that right? Zero DT options are accounting for half the volume on SPY at least in the last 2 days. According to Bloomberg, they keep talking about it. There's been a lot of zero DT options buying. $100? Same like calls? Could be. Can you cross your fingers that BTU stays above $25.10? That's when things get bad for me. I shouldn't be. I've been very inactive for a while. You could DM me on the Reddit. I'm not sure why, though. And I'll look into it later. Hacked account guy actually evil mastermind? Maybe. Here's the deal, man. I found 300k in my son's room with some white residue on the bills. What do? Seems like it's time to become an investor. Wait, is your son a child? If your son isn't a child, leave the money where it is. What was the most righteous? Probably Swift and just ban of Pickle financial history. None of my bans are righteous or just. Is there not a reason to go synthetic long on BTU here? The price could drop more? My first trading account was funded slinging out of the dorm. Huh. I don't know, Mike sells CCs, maybe. Oh, speaking of which, Mike, how are your CCs doing, man? Koala Hugger's ban was more like the end of Mice and Men. Yeah. What are the chances you have Gamma Max for the ticker AI? I don't believe I do. I can double check. Oh, I do. Huh, look at that. It's way above it. AI has exceeded Gamma Max, which is at 1728, by quite a lot. Also, AI doesn't look like it has an extremely liquid options environment normally. So this is indicative that there is a lot of buying of the underlying stock. And the influence of the options chain is minimal. I'm correct that the MM will do anything it can to prevent a bunch of puts printing. No? Why would they care? They're neutral. Looks like BTU is getting a bunch of long-term investors soon. Yeah, based on the questions today, I'm getting that feeling. Can you ban my old hacked account, emergency exit, so that it doesn't bother others with dating messages? Never. I'll ban your new current account. Are we expecting Upstart to go down with Affirm earnings? No, they're not the same company. Thanks for checking. I guess the buying is derived from all the hype around AI and Chat GPT in general. It does seem to be. BTU shorts never closed. No? How many shorts could BTU possibly have on it? If you and the quads hit the town, who would get the most fucked up? My money is on Cornab. My money's on Mork. Jimmy and Upstart running hard tomorrow. Trust me, brah. We'll see. Hey, Gurk, popping in while on break. You holding any spy calls for next week? No? It was an interesting day. 5 minutes left. Is flat Jimmy today against a down market bullish? No. It's not super bearish. Meta puts be printing. Yes, they do. Meta puts do be printing. I'm buying weeklies because a dude in chat said hard run tomorrow. That's a version of due diligence. Mork, would show up with 2 gallons of moonshine, say one's for me, one's for y'all to share. Carl, if you think all the quants are going to hang out without you, you don't have to worry. We need someone to carry our luggage. Also, your wife said she needed you out of the house for some frat thing she's doing. I'm not an array in memory. I can't be buffered. Okay, fair enough. How bullish are you on massive XRT put buying? Now almost as late as March 2022. Slightly? Serious question, at what point are we getting Netflix puts? You know, they may not be that bad of an idea. Kind of whenever you want, I suppose. Just make sure you have theta. BTU, reverse Uno card. Okay. I picked up 5 DT SPX 4150 call. Bullish. Right? Why didn't you just buy it in the morning? Well, alright, that's fair. Who's gonna win today? The 4120p or the Bulls? 4125p and them. They're gonna win. They may already have won. As I predicted, GV's run has started. Upstart will start tomorrow. GV's down today, man. I'm not carrying Jfresh's bags. I don't know what weird doctor stuff he has in them. Just like stethoscopes and butt plugs. Gherkin, he means the run from left to right has started. Oh, I see. Stethoscopes? Ew. Are we buying a firm puts? I don't play earnings. I must still be confused about how the MM works. It's certainly still the most likely explanation that I have no idea what I'm talking about. Okay. Well, I'll take that into consideration, but I won't be too biased about things you say in the future. Do stocks in Japan run right to left? I don't think so. Isn't BTU something of an earnings play? Not really. It's a warm commodities and an expected increase in free cash flow play. Can you add a positive affirmation to the daily roundup? You're a great guy, man. Ding ding. The day is done. Not a lot to say about it, honestly. We got some long side capitulation in the early part of the day as people took profits, which was expected. However, after the longs repositioned, they were never able to gain any ground against the 41.25 put positions. And we ended up closing below those by the end of the day. Those were mostly zero DTs, and now a significant amount of the short interest to the downside fell off the chain. Some longer dated puts did come in today, down to like the 40.75 level, which is right around where the JPM collar is. Tomorrow maybe looks a little better. We'll see how futures perform overnight. I think some of the bearishness today, catalyzed by the speeches from some of the most bearish Fed presidents, or hawkish. GME pretty flat on the day, which was nice. I think maybe there was some FTD covering going on, although fairly minimal. We managed to remain fairly sensitive to rises in the market and not so sensitive to the drops in the market, which generally indicates an illiquid trading environment and an inefficiency in the market. So GME, interesting. Upstart slammed into the end of the day with that big fat bag of liquidity they got this morning. Fubo, kind of the same deal. So, the rest of the week still has some potential to the upside, although starting from the 4,100 level, if we do in the morning, I don't like it very much. I think there's too much room for us to slip down, and there's not enough calls near the money. So bulls are hesitant to get in at the money, even though they're very confident in their out of the money positions. Tomorrow we have some jobs data in the morning that could affect things. If you know job openings, what is it? Is it JOLTS tomorrow? No, jobless claims tomorrow. So if jobless claims are up, the market could view that as bullish, and that may be just the catalyst we need to nudge into those farther dated long call positions on SPX. But we'll see what happens. You can't time out other mods. Only I can time you guys out. Carl bought Ape, so he's getting one. And you're getting one for asking about banning Carl. Okay. The mods are gone. Everyone go nuts. Thank you very much for tuning in. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.